Want to hear some stories about Kaltsit? The kind she'd never tell anyone.
Oh. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. So for today we're going to be taking a look, not really taking a look, but today we're going to be doing the yeah, sure.
It's hard to get used to such a small room.
I don't know why that was not working. Anyways,
Doctor!
as I was saying, right, today we actually do finish Arknights Event. I haven't really been yesterday I just didn't have what's it called? Yesterday I just didn't have the time to do anything, to be fair. For the most part, I woke up late and then I proceeded to what's it called? Right, yeah. Woke up late, did stuff late, had to get a haircut and beard trimmed. And then yeah, that's about it. And then working on the Discord server. That's about most of the stuff I did. And then went to sleep. Though one good thing that did happen was I woke up to Arknights Enfield. Like legitimately, I wake up, sit down, and in about 15 minutes, I think 10 to 15 minutes, the servers open up, and I'm like, hey, let's go. Nice,
Want to hear some
awesome.
stories about Kaltsit?
I watched like one stream and play Arknights Enfield because of course I didn't get in myself, but I watched like one streamer play Arknights Enfield for like an hour, and that's it. Even though it may be very tempting to see all the things that they have improved compared to the previous beta, I think I'll try to hold myself off from at least major story spoilers and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the current plan. I'm stopping myself from actively engaging with Arknights in the field streams and the videos. I mean, I'll watch a few videos, but like streams where people actually play for quite a while, I'll try to not to watch them, as it gets me excited for the game, and then I remember I'm not invited into the beta test. So I'm like, ah, shit, gotta wait 2 to 3 months on Linux. Anyways, that weird impression aside. Hello, MJ Jerry, as well as Stan Fogg. Welcome to the stream. How you two doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. It feels weird having because I got my beard completely trimmed and also got a haircut, so now I am only left with a mustache. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like this look. Like, the best way I can describe myself is I look like one of the weird professors you'd get at your college / university. Like, the ones that just a little weird. Even though you talk to them, they'll be chill and normal, but it's just sometimes the way they behave or look is just a tiny bit weird compared to the rest of them.
Want to hear some
But yeah.
stories about Kaltsit?
Anyways, enough about me.
Never tell anyone.
We want to jump straight into... Yeah, actually. Forgot about that. We would want to jump straight into the Master's Travels event. Watching Kyo's life pulling is so damn painful. What do you mean? I mean, what do you mean? Not why do you mean? Anyways, so in the previous stream, we read Fallen, story node stage 1, 2, 3, 4, then the exclusive story node 2, 5, and then 6. So we have read through all of them, got hit with quite a few of the low bombs. So Sanctors around the world outside of Laterano have their halos and stuff broken. Summit of Nations is taking place. An explosion. Sanctors no longer love explosions. All of the work gunsmiths are closing down. Something's up with the city, but... And then there's... Arturia escapes a prison. Who's it called? FedEx gets chased. Lemon investigates the Shrine of Nursery. Yeah, there's a new shrine with the matriarch. We don't know where they came from. Nobody knows how the shrine came into existence. But nobody is really questioning it as well. So, then we go to MT4, which was... Yeah, Exia feels like this is not how Laterano should be. She tries to bomb the damn place, then realizes, oh shit, innocents are involved. Let's backpedal now. Classic Exia. Yeah, and Doan is a nurturer in the Shrine of Nurtury. And we get a live birthing session. It sounds weird, but trust me, it makes sense in the lore. Live birthing session in front of about multiple thousands of people. I'd say 10,000 people, yes. Hashtag my angel. It's like a dream. Laterano is somehow promising new people, like, the doors are open to everybody can use Patreon firearms. People will start getting halos. It's completely fucking crazy, absurd. Then we see a random, I don't know, a random beast just get a halo when it was dead, when it was stillborn. And people are suddenly able to feel empathy. The crazies don't stop there, and then we return to reality. Apparently, it's a weird intersection of reality and dream. It is... I don't know how to explain it, but it is absurd, and I love it. Yeah, that's about it, I'd say. Exia gets sent to jail. Exia gets arrested and then interrogated by the CIA, I guess, of Laterano, but she gets broken out because a confession booth, which is us, the doctor in reality, and a confession booth in the dream, and Monster's the one peddling us in the dream, while in reality, she's just pinced us in a way, and also it's, I don't know, something like that. The CIA did that. Hey, all I'm saying, like, the intelligence agency of Laterano, which is the 7th Tribunal, to be fair. I forgot about the fact we actually do have an in-game CIA, which is the Maylander Foundation. Anyways, all that aside, we're in for a treat, because it's low bombs after low bombs, and we got a confirmation that Castel is removing every single source of fucking Energinium in its entirety. Because apparently, Originium bad, but as in badder than before. I know that was a very weirdly summarized order of events that went on in the previous stream, but that's all I remember. Now we will continue with MT7 Funeral. This is the place. Enjoy some rest. I thought I was going to the Notorian Hall or the Basilica to be questioned about Arturia's escape. The gun knight who brought you here has other business to attend to. He asked me to tell you not to worry about the Arturia case. Long has Leyden Monastery served the Holy City dutifully. There will be no excessive penalty just because a single prisoner escaped. Interesting. Phew, that's good to hear. It was for another reason you were brought here. There are so many... Would you prefer a quieter location? No, what I mean is... Why is everyone in this nursery library? Oh. I couldn't tell you. Hildegard scans around the room and sees library in all sorts of outfits, sitting or standing. There is little conversation, only the steady ring of the comfort bells. Hundreds? Thousands? Too many to count. An entire city's worth of library seem to be assembled here. What? Since when did this nursery become so large? No, most importantly, why are all these library here? To be given halos, I'm gonna assume? Because that was the plan. Don't tell me. You have a room full of perros, a room full of felines, a room full of lupos? An astute observation. Is it because of them opening up to the outside world? What the halo do? I don't know what the halo doing. But hello, Roy. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. It's an enabler for empathy. And also an enabler for the Patreon firearm, which is, interesting. We also have rooms for fallen angels and sarcasm. What are we doing here? Why are we concentrating literally all of the different races into different rooms in the nursery? You're awfully forthcoming. The Shrine of Nursery has nothing to hide. At the conclusion of the Nativity, the Curie announced that the Sancta will share the halo with all races. The simplest method is to do it race by race. Here comes the declaration, I guess. Do you mean we can have halos too? We can feel each other the way Sanctus do? As you felt the Abba Beast's heartbeat at the Nativity? Why? Hello, Kentako. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Why what? Why do we need halos? Great question, actually. So you brought me here not because of Vanini, but because I am Liberi? Yes. I'll get a big old light over my head like yours. Go on in, Pag. Huh. Sounds like I don't have a choice. And it also sounds like a wonderful thing, doesn't it? At least it'll be good for your eyes. More than that, I think. If I had a halo, I'd be able to tell what that metal heart of yours was feeling when you kicked Gia out of Laterano. I know you blame me for that. Glad to know you know. Maybe things would have gone better for you if that hadn't happened. Over centuries of Lateran history, many have tried to recreate the terrifying high-caliber revolving antique gun that the ancient tombs described. What? Over centuries of Lateran history, many have tried to recreate the terrifying high-caliber revolving antique gun that the ancient tombs described. You mean a fucking Gatling gun? Or a machine gun? In a broader sense? And Pagnini was the only one who succeeded in making one? Sure. Interesting. That design, which assumed the user could withstand a recoil 5 times that of an ordinary gun, was the work of a genius, or a madman. Oh, are you bragging about being born to be a gun knight? After all, you successfully tested my design before ever putting on a suit of armor. I just thought we were born to be partners. You and I. And Gaia were always the best of friends from primary school through university. Fucking Christ. Congratulations to myself, because electricity is gone. The most I can now stream is for 50 minutes. I'm really fucking hoping. I'm really fucking hoping that electricity comes back. I mean, they could have just strapped 6 guns to a rotating cylinder and call it a day. It doesn't really work like that. Just sharing. Yep, only 15 minutes of streaming. Oh boy, do I fucking love electricity being gone at the most optimal of times. But my first official mission as Gun Knight was to exile Gia from Laterano. Also, what's another error you said on Discord? Apparently electricity is gone. Shut up, that fuck. After that, you gave up gunsmithing for the Apostolic Knights, opened a workshop somewhere I didn't know about, and now... Oh! I decided to retire, alright? You and your Vapa shrine of gunsmithing. What use did you sang to have for me if you treat gunsmithing like making potato chips? It's a crime to be a non-sancta, is it? Guy got exiled. I get to have a halo put on me. The Liberi aren't allowed to live in Laterano the way we are now, are we? The thing with Gaia had nothing to do with being Liberi. Even if she was sancta, the Lateran wouldn't allow someone with neuropathy. You don't know shit! Lateran order and Lateran purity again. How many times you'd think I'd heard that garbage from you? Do you really believe in it yourself? Saminas, Dormis, how could you? If you thought even once about how Gaia died out there alone? I admit, I did believe in it, Patricion. Until that day. We get hangovers together, played with guns together, cried and laughed together. No one in Laterano could clink glasses like we could. But when I saw Gia disappear into the wilderness, and you just turned around and went back to Laterano the way you did, that was when I realized. We never actually shared a damn thing. Pop off, Pagnini. At least you're not on the same boat as me, for we have no internet for at least 2 weeks because of broken poles. Don't get me started. We had a similar I wouldn't say no internet, but like no electricity for about 2 weeks. Only getting electricity like every 3 days for like 2 hours, I'd say. 1 or 2 hours, something like that. And that happened back in June, right after my father's birthday. Awesome. The halo is not a bad thing, Sister Hildegard. It's Laterano's blessing on us. I know. From the earliest nomads who followed the burden beast, the Liberi had always learned from the Sancta, from their ways of living to their ways of thinking. The Liberi long for a better life, and they long to be part of the Holy City. We understand that. I know. I told that history to Arturia not so long ago. But there is only one thing that Liberi can learn from the Sancta, the Halo. This is why certain conflicts between the Sancta and other races living in Laterano have lingered to this day. Unable to take part in Sancta empathy, you are troubled by doubts about your faith. You suspect Laterano of being indifferent, of alienation. To help with Leiden Monastery's finances, you are away from Laterano for a long time, Sister Hildegard. That is why you may not have sufficient understanding of the situation. You can ask a fellow Liberi. I know. I know how many outsiders who live here envy your empathy. That is why we will now share it with everyone. There be no more misunderstandings or differences. We will truly understand one another and eliminate the conflicts and barriers between us. The Liberi will become a truly inseparable part of Laterano. I just feel sad. What? I grew up in this city. I know where one can find the best deserts, which alleys have cloud beasts that have a special taste for pumpkins, which buildings have rooftops perfect for stargazing. At Leyden Monastery, I made beer and bread with Sancta sisters, traveled to other countries to solicit sponsors, and got completely plastered whenever we came back. I took pictures of how their wings went through the backs of their chairs when sleeping, and they played lullabies in the chapel when I sneaked out, so that the abbot would sleep a little longer. I remember that. Actually, the abbot knew, he just didn't want to scold you. I'm a Lateran. I like this place. I love it very much. You're right that I often find myself on the outside looking in. I don't know why the Sancta who has been crying a moment ago start laughing and singing at their cohort's funerals. But my father was a hunter. Every winter, he would go into the mountains with his friends to hunt. He told me that even hunters who have hunted together for decades can have different ideas, and they see the same quarry. They sometimes even fight over it. Everyone is different. That has nothing to do with whether or not we have a halo. Exactly. 'Cause as much as that would be better, you're losing a bit of your individuality, aren't you? But you tell me I won't truly become a Lateran until I have a halo. Do you mean to say that I wasn't a true Lateran for the past 20 years? Has my entire life been a poor imitation? It has, Sister Hildegard, but you should not see that as a rejection of you or any other Liberi. It is simply a necessity for the acceptance of Laterano. I don't care about rejection or acceptance. This is why insisting on an all-encompassing, all-consuming worldview is dangerous. You can't even comprehend the ways of life. Hello! I think that's a terrible gamer, right? I can only see your... what's it called? It... Empathy as it is right now, you can't guess the other's thoughts, but you can completely feel how the other people is feeling. Aye. Yeah, because YouTube live chat has just decided that we will show you your tagged username instead of your actually username, and I'm like, okay, YouTube. Now I'm gonna not remember half of the people that chat in my stream. But hello, welcome back to the stream. It's been a bit since I've seen you, since the last stream, but I'll say this at least. Because you can understand each and every emotion, and there's no really that need for communication, doesn't it become a bit harder to express your own individuality, or you want to do things a little differently? Because for me, it doesn't feel like a collective unconsciousness, but it feels a bit like it will become harder to express your own individuality when everybody understands everybody. There's no layers of like privacy. That's the main thing. You won't be able to hide at all on how you're feeling, your different thoughts, and becomes it's not robotic. No, I would very much disagree with that, Gintako. You become increasingly homogenized in a collective, and it becomes even harder than it is right now in our current society, in our current world, to have stand out, to have different ideas from the norm. Yeah, it's emotional linking. That's what it is, Roy. The Halos, their primary function literally is emotional linking. That is literally it, yes. But that path gives a way for some other trouble to... And it becomes easily, like, since this is the law, it becomes very easy to detect people's emotions, because you can't really hide anything, right? There would be no privacy for your emotions. So if you're thinking something and feeling a certain way, it becomes a bit of a... like, a few Laterans from the government can be explicitly trained on basically going off by your emotions, knowing what your intentions are, what you're thinking, and before anything else even happens, before you're thinking of a rebellion, the next day the police arrive at your fucking corridor and arrest you. Because it's very easy. And who's to say, as much as it's only emotional linking, who's to say being part of a true Lateran would sometime in the future mean you get linked together more? Like, it doesn't stop at emotional linking, it goes even further. Because if the true goal is to make a homogenized collective, then that's only step one of the process, ain't it? It opens the door to so many things on how things can go wrong. But yeah, man, glad to have you here. I found myself my conversating chatter. I'll give a food for thought, and then I'll rant off on another thing entirely. But but yeah, as you can see, I have had trouble in the last month of running Arknights, but then I've finally figured out and being able to run Arknights again, and I'm also playing Limbus. So I'm having fun playing Limbus. I don't care about rejection or acceptance. I just don't think there's anything wrong with my life. Oh man, I love you, Archetto. I love you, Archetto. Thank you. Thank you for saying this. And I don't see a reason why I have to accept this so-called blessing. Ah, she literally said what I kind of wanted to say. And here comes the catch. You will be forced into this decision whether you like it or not. Whether it goes against your will or not. It was the first time I experienced a parting, Pag. It wasn't a good feeling. I guess that was when my life started to go off the rails. It's like those popcorn movies, you know? The Chainsaw Guy series. The Chainsaw Guy? You mean Chainsaw Man? Oh, bruh. Oh my god. You are being rescued. Please do not resist. The bridges of Michaelian. First Giath, I knew that my finest student. I exiled her from Laterano personally. I worry too about Fia. What, you're worried that your dear granddaughter might run away and you'll die alone? You all had your issues. I tried to do something, but never actually helped anyone. The Bridges of Madison County reference, maybe? I wouldn't know. Did Did you really try, or are you just lying to yourself to feel better? Maybe both. But there's something you got wrong. I support the idea of halos for everyone, not because I want to protect the order and purity of the holy city. You're making Laterano sound awfully racist by putting it this way. Oh, I love the irony here. Man, do I love the irony here. A Laterano where everyone shares Halo will truly become one and whole. You'll be able to solve the unimaginable calamity that threatens all of Terra. It'll also solve all the other problems you've been having, including... Anyway, I think that's enough sharing for now. Dio gratias. Thank God that's over. Hearing all that garbage from you again is making me sick to my stomach. Go on in, Pag. And if I say no? I don't want that light show you've got on your head, and I've got no interest in studying your honorable motives. Pagnini levels... Oh! He's gone at the gun night. Just give it a minute. What do you mean? You're a genius gunsmith, Pag, but you're a library. You can't use the guns you make. They're just your calling cards. If you're really that furious with me, give it until the ceremony. Then you can put a bullet in me. Once you have a halo, you'll be able to use it. Pagnini smashes the gun against the knight's armor, pieces fly in all directions, and the broken gun stock makes a dull thud as it hits the ground in the distance, echoing throughout the corridor. Go on in, Pag. Like, if somebody connects it to that part of history, gamer, then yes. Legatus Mostema, Overseer Fimeta. Your contribution to Laterano is much appreciated. Now kindly come this way. Yeah, gun without bullets is still a blunt weapon. To the nurseries already filled to the brim. The ceremony is about to begin. The matriarch will first enlighten the Liberi, who have lived in Laterano for many years. Then, the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels will be repaired. Quickly now, I will lead the way. Well. Just extra comments along. Lovely. The non-sancta taken into the shrine of Nurtery are informed that Laterano will bestow halos on them. Some refuse, but they are not given a choice. After operation, extra casually max shots them. Come in. Oh! Hey, Lemwin! Standing up, also because we have already seen her stand up, but that's her current outfit when she joined Rhodes Island. Cardinal Lemwin, I'm afraid you'll have to find another way to address me now. And I was under the impression that the Curia wasn't letting anyone visit me. Isn't that right? I put in a report. I was only just created. It's only natural I would seek my predecessor's advice. You've adapted quickly, Cardinal Amos. Wait, really? What is it this time? What the fuck is it this time? Landfall? Okay. I thought you said you didn't really have aspirations. Cardinal... Signora, I didn't come to gloat. Our relationship was never cloak and dagger, was it? Sorry. But if you came to ask about Lemuel, I've already said this many times. I have no idea where she is. It's something else I want to ask about. Did you sacrifice your career only to protect your sister? Or did you truly believe what she said? From the Nativity to the Summit of Nations, something doesn't seem right about all that has been happening in Laterano lately. It's like we've come down with a sort of illness. They're the same thing to me. There's something I want you to see. Amos turns his terminal on and hands it to Lemon. What's this? An application to join the legati. I wanted to become a legatus and get assigned to Bolivar. You want to leave Laterano? Why? My wife and we had a big fight and I left. When I came back, she had gone on a mission dealing with Sarkaz raiders attacking caravans in the wilderness near Castel. She's always been like that, never listening to people. It was winter. I figured she wouldn't be back until spring, and I was thinking about doing something to make up for my leaving. You know the rest about what happened to her. Fallen, exiled, etc. It was convenient that the 7th Tribunal was responsible for national security and foreign relations. It took a long time, but I finally found out where she went. I thought... I understand. What do you mean, though, when you said something didn't feel right? The selection standards for Ligeti are extremely high. A man of my ability didn't really have much hope, so the application sat in my draft box for a long time until... You proved your own application when you were created Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal? Yes. Reverend Petrazion said all I needed was an opportunity when he informed me of my imminent creation. I'm sure he meant something else, but this is all I could think of. However, the moment I approved the application, it just vanished. No notice of rejection, no record to be found anywhere. What? It just disappeared from my terminal, like it never existed. There was no way the application would have gone through. I would not be allowed to resign my cardinalate? Cardinal Cardinalate. I'll just call it Cardinal. Bruh! I cannot speak. Cardinalate. Cardinalate. And become a legatus so quickly. Tongue twister. It really is. Besides, all the legati have been recalled to Laterano. I wouldn't be able to go and see Orella even if I really did become one. For me, approving the application wasn't even about making up for anything. It was just a small, insignificant comfort. Having a stroke or something. Who would want to wipe away such a small comfort? Cardi. For me, that was enough to make me question if this Laterano is real. Maybe your sister was right. Have you told anyone else? No, I couldn't sleep last night. You were the only one I could talk to about this. This isn't some newfangled interrogation technique, is it? Cardinal Amos? You can trust me, Signora Lemon. We both have things that truly matter to us. Few things. An interesting point, Senior Amos. By the way, there's an even bigger nativity scheduled at the Shrine of Nursery today. Oh shit, yeah. We prepare for death all our lives. Even in a place like Rock Maria, where everything is washed out by tides of plague and famine, an old man may lick his parched lips and say something to the effect before his eyes close forever. Words as old as time, as they say. To some, their eulogy to wishes unfulfilled. To others, an utterance free of regret. But this is a common premise between the two. Death is the conclusion to life. Mm-hmm. Indeed, child, your mother will answer no more. She has died. The mother has breathed the last, and Andoin gently closes her... What? Andoin gently closes his eyes. Andoin gently opens the door. Man, DDLC has left some scars. The fledgling leans over. He's trembling, even the sheen of his hide darkened. Andoin places him on his own knee and looks into his eyes. The fledgling's voice is mumbled. Andoin does not speak the language of beasts, but he can feel sorrow, like a current running beneath the calm surface, the fledgling and his own. Death is accompanied by new birth. When your mother knew that her own life was beyond saving, she chose to leave the hope of life to you. She used her last strength and succeeded. This is your first lesson. Rockmeria. Rockmeria, the town with the clock tower, the abbey in the wilderness, and now... I've experienced many such moments, and now I have another. Each experience brings deeper insight. All walk toward the inevitable end. That is why the continuity of meaning is so precious. Death is a parting, a gift from the departed to the living, the beginning of the living soul's salvation. Do not fear, child. Lament and remember. I will do so with you. I will stay outside and leave her funeral to you. I'll stay outside... Wait, okay. I'll stay outside and leave her funeral to you, Anduin. What of the matriarch? She's indisposed, preparing for the nativity to bestow halos upon all the non-Senta here. She sends her apologies. No matter. We have grown accustomed to welcoming new life at ceremony, while funerals are always simple. Tell the matriarch that it will be a little while before I return to duty. Are you alright? The mother's passing was sudden. The child is young and accustomed to such sorrow. I must stay by his side. No, it's you the matriarch is worried for. What do you mean? Matriarch said she and you had been with his mother for a long time. She understands the sorrow in your heart. You are a thinker. Every journey gives you inspiration, but also fatigue. As for the child, he's a miracle. He has the strength to emerge from darkness. The matriarch wishes me to tell you that no new life in Laterano will ever succumb to calamity nor sorrow. Oh, well, They will be born equal, they will be brave, and they will be strong. Laterano will see to it. I somehow doubt that. Yeah, I don't know why, but I have the same thought process. And Owen feels the fledgling Abba beast push against his arm. He wants to calm his down, but the fledgling pushes his hand away and spreads his wings. The fledgling takes flight, landing on a comfort bell in the middle of the room, making a pleasant sound. And Owen watches in confusion. He has worn a halo for decades, yet his eyes still struggle to adjust to the fledgling's dazzling light. Equal, but there are some more equal than others. He has been with the fledgling day and night. He knows what these movements mean. The fledgling is inviting him to play. The nurturer who can never turn down a child stands stunned. He wants to communicate his sorrow decline, this incomprehensible invitation in the most tactful way possible. But eventually he steps up and takes the young Abu Beast's claw, dancing a waltz in the middle of the empty room, along to the comfort bells. The Abu Beast's excited cries echo throughout the room. His feathers shine bright in the halo, showing its sheen unreservedly in the spinning circles. Their steps grow quicker, and Andoan looks toward the body of the deceased mother, trying to ascertain his own emotions. Then he realizes with a start, he's no longer sad. He's joyful as the fledgling, he's beautiful as the fledgling. He sings and dances for the future with a heart full of hope, just like the fledgling. Their spinning steps draw beautiful circles on the ground and in the air. Hold on what? Is this what sancta means? Only the instinct to avoid pain, but no right to sorrow and mourning. What the fuck? What? Have I ever seen a sad sancta in the story? No. I have no idea how I legitimately never sat down to think about it. What? Hold on, I need this to continue. Wait, so his emotions are being influenced as well? Oh shit. I never truly thought about the cost of having a halo. I mean, I thought the cost would just be covered. Oh, right. You basically have to conform to the shenanigans of the law, but I didn't think about the emotional linking in some of his costs as well. Is this Sancta? Is this the miracle of life? Nobody answers his hysterical call. His matriarch is bestowing halo after halo upon the people in the Hall of Enlightenment. He alone stops in his tracks. He recalls a funeral, one that should not exist in his memory. Yep, it was the funeral in... Yeah, I remember. Guide ahead. Yeah, I remember this funeral. For Cecilia's mom. A field of irises, a child. Cruel but sincere confessions and prayers, ringing of bells. Hello! Welcome to the stream. How do I call you? I have no clue. Because, YT chat does not show me your username. It only shows me your tagged username. Still no answer? Hey, Orella? You don't believe me. You listen for yourself. Oh, that hurts my ears. It's just noise. I can't make out anything. What's going on, Aurora? You're asking me? You're a gun knight. Were at least. You know more about these things than we do. You said it yourself. I was a gun knight. The static is bad enough. You want to add to the noise? And I know plenty of ways to shut you up. Sister, don't be afraid, Hugo. Please, Aurora, the children are watching. These sanctors have come a long way after a terrible ordeal that left them with broken halos and a heart full of fear, with no comfort in sight. The intercity net of Laterano has always been stable, with dedicated personnel performing regular maintenance on communications equipment located in settlements outside the city. This emergency communication post is only 3 kilometers from the Lateran city. If any of them is still working, this would be it. But I've sent a dozen hails through the special channel, with no response. Is Lateran really done for? Could you try a few more times, Aurora? You look even more nervous than them. Do I? Neuda does not say more. A few children come over and grab the hem of her dress, staring forward with her. The white walls of Laterano are already visible from the settlement. Impeccable as the clouds, it looks like the abode of a holy spirit who accidentally ventured into the mortal realm, a miracle that should not exist. The pilgrims are but a stone's throw away, dusty and tired, with broken halos and wings seem even darker in this wilderness. Pilgrims have reached the end of their journey, but is it truly the end of their suffering? That's it. Laterano. Looks like people in there can hardly even fend for themselves at this point. Get your things. We're going in. You're right. We can't wait here forever. Let's go. But if we enter the city without the Curie's permission, tell me, did we fallen sinners even ask the Curie for permission when we decided to return? Don't tell me you came back to repay Laterano's kindness. I'll put you first against the wall. Stop. You must not enter Laterano. Look who we've got here. A Notorian Hall Executor. Okay! I love that guy, her head's music. The transition. Are you Aurora? You know who I am? I looked you up in the Notorian Hall database after receiving your message. Aurora, former citizen ID LC073458, former captain of the 3rd Gun Knights. You were tasked to escort a Lateran caravan through the northern wilderness in the winter of 1090, when you engaged a group of Sarkaz mercenaries in combat. You completed your mission, but the nomadic abbey encountered a small-scale catastrophe on your way back. The Sarkaz prisoners attempted insurrection and were executed on the spot by you. When a fellow gun knight attempted to record the events truthfully in a mission report, you threatened your cohort with a gun in order to hide your excessive use of force. In the chaos that ensued, you killed your cohort, resulting in you being stripped of citizenship and exiled from Laterano for life. Yeah, Federico will always be the same. And what of it, Senior Executor? Are you trying to remind me that Laterano will never forget my sins? Look at the hundreds of people here. Some are fallen angels who were exiled like me. Some are Hereri who left the Holy City for different reasons. Some of them have never even seen the Holy City, growing up in a cesspit like Bolivar, but still believing in the tenets of Laterano. Have you not seen their halos? Are they fallen or are they sick? They've crossed mountains and rivers to come here for an explanation, for any comfort they can find. And all that Lateran does is send a single executor to stop us from entering? More and more Hereri Sanctors gather surrounding Federico and pointing their weapons at him. You'll keep us out because you left Laterano for too long and forget how to live like other Sanctus? The law punishes sinners, but what sin did I commit? And all I did was live 20 honest years in Lithanian. If the law is that cruel, then it's not us who should be punished, it's you. You and your cohorts, tusk beats of the law. I fell because you punished an innocent man. You never used your power for good. Damn. Damn. Frederico watches the crowd quietly. The street lamps have lit at an inopportune time, casting eerie colors upon their faces. Fear, anxiety, anger, confusion, panic. All these emotions come together to twist their visages. Their hands tremble as they hold their weapons. The tension is palpable in the air. Federico is confident he can take out their leader quickly and suppress the rest by force, bringing the situation under control. He has always done so. It has always worked. Federico is an outstanding executor. He has been with the Notorian Hall for 8 years. He knows what he's doing. This is his 3rd year as a saint. Other than a burnt flower and a few chance acquaintances, there is no one to guide him or instruct him. Slowly, he moves his hand away from the gun at his belt, making sure the tense crowd sees it, while his eyes never leave them. I did not come to repeat the judgment that Laterano once passed upon you. I am not here as a representative of the Notorian Hall, the Curia, or nor any other official Lateran organ. The reason you must not enter Laterano is because the city is currently affected by anomalies beyond comprehension. Your presence may cause the situation to further deteriorate. I will explain, but I need time. Arturia, you should not leave the holy city. Don't worry, I met the doctor, and I'm here on the doctor's instructions. The man used his words. This is major progress. I mean, that's what we saw. After Guide Ahead, then Hortus de Escapismo, then something in Lathanian, and now here. I mean, he went against... He trusted his own judgment above the orders, right? And he sided with Arturia earlier on in the Master's Travels event. My boy has grown. And also at the start of the Master's Travels event, bro detected a joke. Bro detected a joke from Arturia. How different is the dialogue if Doctor was a normal doctor? Oh, it would be very different, let's just say. It would be very different. The Doctor's discovery confirms our hypotheses. All of Laterano is caught up in some kind of dream, but the anomalies in the dream are being reflected in reality. A calamity has descended on the entire city. Like the Kagrich invasion of Zwillingsturm after the disintegration of Witch King's pavilion. Maybe. I don't fully understand it myself, but there is no doubt that millions of Laterans are being caught in a struggle between reality and illusion, and we need help. The violators and Arari. A chance dissonance is often the beginning of an interesting variation. I concur with the Doctor. However, if the calamity has engulfed all of Laterano, they're likely to enter the dream the moment they enter the city. That's why I came looking for you, and I brought my cello. Are they gonna enter reality? Okay. Alright. The album... Oh, right here. The Abba Beast mother that Anduin had been nursing dies, but his sorrow is soon wiped away. He realizes that the matriarch has promised him a terrifying future. Because you really gotta consider what is happiness without sorrow. Or sadness, I mean. Pilgrimage. MTA. Man, this is my favorite event so far. Like, hands down. This is my favorite event so far. It just raises a ton of interesting questions. Hey, that's Elec 1. Oracle's last 3 words, but backwards. And 001. Over here, Doctor. Squeeze in a bit, so this desert cart's in front. Oh? Finally, a chance to catch my breath. Whose dessert card is this? I don't think that's Thanks for going through all that. Gap Tooth Girl. You must be here for the ceremony, Senora. Would you like to try my ice cream? Before Monster can even refuse, that little girl gleefully shoves a cup of ice cream into her hands. It's not a flavor you can get anywhere else in Laterano. Oh my god. A child offers you... Oh my god. I can take her out. Nobody would notice. As Monster gives you this paranoid suggestion, she plops a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth without thinking about it. Wow, that's really good. Can you tell me your name, kid? It's got my answer for me, Confessor. Da da dee dee da. I'm called Idida. 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 I'll call it Idida. You named yourself after the desert cart's music? Don't be silly. I customized it to sound like my name. Did you know those guards, Idida? Aren't you scared of this lady, Idida? Wow, I've never heard a confessional speak like that before. It's the latest model. Looks like she buys that explanation. Were you helping cover for us just now, Idida? Yep, because all of Laterano needs to change. That's what you think too, right? Was I just imagining things? You're the first person to say my sugar-free carbonated water flavor ice cream was tasty, Senora. Well, that explains why it was so refreshing. Huh? You're the first person to say my sugar-free carbonated water flavored ice. Sorry? A sugar-free carbonated water flavored ice cream? Hey, okay, that video was recommended. I think you were the one who dropped it in my reaction request on my Discord. By the way, guys, I have a Discord. Be sure to join it by the link in the description. But yes, I have seen it. I just completely, I just did not have the context. Oh, it's a sugar-free carbonated water flavored ice cream. Huh. Well, that explains why it was so refreshing. A Monster says in confusion. Mama and Pata were right. This is a this is a rocky road I walk, but I finally found a little bit of success. Mind explaining a bit more? Deserts connect every Lateran, but if you eat too much sugar, not only are you gonna get bad teeth, even your halo will start getting cavities. Is that is that what the parents in Laterano tell their kids? Not to eat too much ice cream, or else your halos will get cavities. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Tata's a dentist. Every time he says that, people think he's just trying to get more business for his clinic. But right now, my halo kind of feels like the rotten tooth I just lost. It makes me feel not so good. Oh, she believes it. I believe it's the Lord giving me a revelation. So I'm gonna practice what I preach. I'll change Laterano's eating habits and rebuild our connections with the power of sugar-free ice cream. Look at this innocent little child. She's adorable. Would you support this young citizen's vision, man? This should be classified as terrorism in Laterano, right? I have no idea. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, bro. Would you like to support this young citizen's vision, madam? Mind if we take a walk together? I'd like to hear more about this connection between halos and tooth decay. Okay. We should be able to avoid the guys chasing us with this kid around. You need to get in touch with Exia ASAP, Doctor. I'm trying. Hey, let's go! I like this little UI here. Hey there, leader! Sounds like you're able to loosen the comms control thingy, since we're having a long distance call and such. It's not entirely a good thing, Exia. This means everything in the dream is collapsing faster. This means the calamity in reality is getting worse. Yeah, I figured as much. The way you explain it, leader, this big ugly building really is poking up out of Laterano's streets, and it's spewing out haloed monsters to chase people around. Sounds like reality is a lot scarier than the dream. Oh, what you said is what I saw, Exia. Variables in reality are making the dream skip some steps, but some people are starting to awaken. Man, this is way too complicated for me. Just tell me, what's the worst thing that might happen? Laterano might stop existing entirely. Phew, yeah, that's a really big deal. Well, no matter the situation, I can still find the jerk behind this and free everyone from fake Laterano, right? Exuso me for real. We're limited to keeping you clear-headed and free to move around. The restrictions Monster and I are under haven't been lifted yet. Let me go into the logs. Oh, I can't go into the logs. We're limited to keeping you clear-headed and free to move around. Got it. Leave Laterano's troubles to a Lateran like me. Oops, gotta keep my voice down. The grand nativity is about to begin, and it wasn't easy finding a chance to sneak in. Monster and I will keep eyes off of you. Say, how did the two of us meet again? One of Sora's releases? Texas birthday party? That time Penguin Logistics crashed into Lungman office while cracking down on the Bloodhammer gang? Oh, was it that time I was planning on stealing a sick old racing beast when I ran into you on your way to buy their freedom? We definitely met in Lungman at least. Must have been, what, 5 years ago now? Damn, that makes me sound old. Why do I feel physically old when I read this? Bro. 5 years ago, we met Exia and Lungman during chapter... Was it chapter 2 or was it chapter 3? I feel like it was one of the two. Well, here's to yet another beautiful partnership, leader. Stay safe, Exia. All the gun knights are... Here's some insert moment for you to freak out there, enjoy it. Everyone is in position, Reverend Petrizion. Next, we will coordinate with the Shrine Patrol to clear the surrounding streets, lock down the intersections, and ensure nobody's wandering about. Gratias. Every gun knight gathered together, ammunition allocations and fire restrictions fully lifted. There's never been so big an event in history for our order, has there? The nativity is of great significance to Laterano. The black snow on the ice of Sami, the hole in the sky above Lathanian, even the raging tides that dash against the coast, are all in alignment with the true calamity that has been prophesied. Imagine how terrifying such a disaster would be. When that time comes, 200-odd gun knights taking to the field would be like a child throwing stones into the sea. I fear our holy city, which has stood tall for millennia, will fade away. Good night. That just sounds like good night. Good night. The Pontifica cohorts and the Notorian Hall are still pursuing Lemuel and her co-conspirators. There is something else you must know. The nurturer who was guiding Monsterman Fiammetta was just attacked. Would you like to go and check the scene, Reverend? No. My post is here. Still sticking to it, huh? The time has come. All our Liberi brethren, please go to the Hall of Enlightenment. The time has come. Over here, please. Once the other races have been bestowed their halos, the matriarch shall mend the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels, so that we may all regain empathy with our people. Hello, sis. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. At least, I hope you're the same person I'm thinking you are. Live chat changing username to tagged usernames is not helping my case, as you can see. But yes, you unfortunately did miss the Idia show up. It has begun, Matriarch. I thank you all. You have forsaken nearly all rest since the establishment of the shrine. There has been many mishaps since the last nativity. We must advance our plans. The shrine's mission must be seen to completion as quickly as possible. Aye, gotcha. To this day we have walked the same path, Matriarch. This is something we realized long ago. Oh yes, there was one other thing in my mind. Today's ceremony is all about bestowing halos on the non-sanctors rather than a birth. So why are we still using the name Nativity? Is there a better term for it? The nurturers lead the people of various races into the hall of enlightenment, converging toward its center. The grand procession is like a herd of migratory beasts, yet none speak a word. There is only the rhythmic tinkling of countless comfort bells. Oh, by the way, if anyone didn't watch the previous stream, I called this the golden sock because I couldn't think of the term pacifier, and that got clipped. If you want to see some more of my clips, as I've said, join the Discord and enjoy some out of context Matrix clips that our local clipper Thanfong over here clips every now and then. Henceforth, all who are sheltered by the holy city shall share one destiny, entwined into a singular whole. Can this be called anything but the rebirth of Laterano? And somebody turn on the explosions. The crack of shattering glass cuts through the calming chimes of the comfort bells. A bullet from a sniper rifle. Its source is unknown, but it flies straight for the matriarch's sightless eyes. Blinding sunlight seeps in. That strange couple at the door. Looks like they're deciding where to go to dinner using a roulette wheel. Interesting idea, isn't it? So they're the ones who wish to adopt you. But why wouldn't they come in and tell me that themselves? Oh, I get it. They don't want to put too much pressure on me. Now, why do you think that? Because they're pretending to fiddle with their guns while actually looking our way. Nothing ever gets past you, does it? Yes, I reached out to them before they came here. Your parents were in that caravan raid, and the Notorian Hall's been trying to arrange things with a few families for the better part of a year now, but nobody's bitten yet. Oh! Now we get some more context on the incident. So Lemuen's parents died in the caravan incident where the Sarkaz got attacked. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, that's a connection I did not see forthcoming. You're the strongest child I've ever met, then. But you've still got a long way to go. And we can't let a child live. And we can't let a kid live all by herself. I know, Senora. I'm not annoyed or anything. It's just, if I'm going to accept the kindness of others, I'm going to have a good kid myself. I'm going to have to be a good kid myself. It's really, really important. Well, the long and short of it is, they wanted me to tell you that they really like you. I also think they're really... Can I have a week? No, 3 days. I'll think things over. Once I make a decision, I won't go back on it. Interesting. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Let me just warm up some water. Just give me a minute. Also, electricity is back. I forgot to mention it earlier, like 30 minutes ago, but electricity came back, so I can finally I can stream for longer today and finish this event today. Right, we're back. All I need to do right now is just play the game for like 2 minutes, and then I can drink me warm water. I love me warm water in the winter. How could you tell? Alright, let's continue. Is this the one that feels right for you? Mm-hmm. Hey, Kid Lemon! Whoa, a sniper rifle! If it was me, I would never choose that one. No, when it's my turn in next few years, I'll pick lots and lots and lots of guns. Sounds good. Well, I have to remind you that this fellow's been sitting here a few years now. Never been picked. Best think it over. It's really quiet. No, what I meant was the sort of gun's different from the others. Truth be told, it's not very suited to you lively sanctors. Oh! Hold up! Have I seen this image before? Like, this sprite of him having his eyes open? When you're on the battlefield, you won't get many chances to fire it. You'll have to make every shot count. Whether you're trying to protect something or destroy it, you'll have to have a sharper eye, a sharper mind, and take on some risks and costs. Because you can pull the trigger or let it go, but you can't afford to hesitate. Oh. Shades. I think it only appeared here. Yeah, fair enough then. Right. Today is Lemon's birthday. Today, she chooses a patron firearm, giving even more meaning to this already extremely important day to the Sancta. The gunsmith speaks with all seriousness. Her mother and father behind her, and all her friends are silent. Even the ever vivacious Lemuel keeps her mouth closed like a good girl for once. Despite the silence, Lemon knows that they are all looking right at her. This is the one, Master Pag. Please guide me through selecting the other parts. Nice! You don't need to worry about it not having the chance to fire, Master Pag. You could smack people real hard with a gun this big, and my sis is super strong. Aw. Oh! Okay, I don't think we have seen this CG before, so I'll be right back, because the water is warmed up. Maybe a little too warmed. Ah. Wait, was this his combat outfit in the squad in his military days and Owen's? Interesting. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. With a pious heart. Huh. Put that down, Captain. I've got you in my sights. You're unstable. I can sense it. Calm down. That thing's affecting your mind. It's evoking your disappointment in Laterano. Ooh? I know you submitted your resignation before we left, but even if you're determined to return to the wilderness right now, you're still one of us. Think about the fried cheese we ate before we left, okay? Think about that foul beast hat Fumetta got you, the soft and downy one. My disappointment in Laterano. No, no. Far from it. He showed me how Laterano can save everyone. Wait, well, who's he? None of us know if what you're seeing is the truth of reality or lies or illusions and lies. Mostima will be here soon. She has a way to get that thing off of you. You can start looking into its secrets afterwards, alright? There is no afterwards. It's fading away. I must hold on to it. You know it's no illusion, Lemwin. It's certainly not lies. You saw those people locked in status outside of time, down in the underground palace. Those who do not die yet do not live. What? Those people locked in stasis outside of time? Down in the underground palace? Who? You heard what that mad sarcast said to his shadow. Future shall have no secrets. What? Okay. I'm getting excited about Arc 2, not gonna lie. So you should understand. What we found is the key to time itself. What I saw was a revelation. A future where even the most savage of monsters can be saved. Your arts are running haywire, Anduin. That thing's eating away at you. If that future exists, I must find the path that leads to it. I won't let go. I need to know more. Wait, was he contacted by Lich? Wait, was it fucking Fremont? Did he come face to face with Fremont? Because where is he getting all this information from? It's the only one I could... Like, only one of the sarcasm I could think. And one with the shadow. That... I would assume that's Fremont. He came across Fremont, huh? Interesting. Anduin keeps his grasp on the oddly shaped staff. Light condenses into solid form and engulfs the entire cave. Oddly shaped staff. I have a lot of chances to pull the trigger, Lemon thinks. But amidst the chaotic rolling waves of emotion, Lemon finally finds the thread of rationality running through Anduin's mind. They have broken bread with one another. They have built bonds with one another. They understood one another, entrusted their lives to one another. Their empathic link was stronger than any other. In that final moment, Lemon confirms her friend has not been swept away in that unfathomable chaos. She looses her finger on the trigger. Damn it! Look out, Lemon! Oh, okay. All right. I love this transition, hands down. Let's fucking go, bro. Oh man, that was an awesome transition. Holy. So she confirmed his rationality. And that she confirmed that he hadn't gone completely insane. So she chose to let loose of the finger that was on the trigger. Which then ended up in that accident, huh? Kef, matriarch of the Shrine of Nursery. Hit. The rooftop wind whips wildly at the sniper's cheek. She does not blink. Her hand does not move in the slightest. She hears, she sees, she thinks, she judges. She doesn't have many chances to fire. She has to make every shot count. She can pull the trigger or let it go, but she can't afford to hesitate. Before that crucial moment, she and her gun does not speak. Lemon the Silent. Let's go. Oh, this is awesome, man. She looks through her scope once more, double checking what she sees in her sights. It is proof she pulled the trigger. Compared to the ones in the vast lands, the status of often seen in Laterano are the more incomprehensible cardinal. The statues, yeah. Paradise has shaped our faith so peculiar that it has become somewhat distorted. The souls of the living praying for survival as they traverse catastrophe and suffering. Such is the most basic face of faith. No, there's never a dull statue in Laterano. My life is faith-shaped. Gun-wielding saints towering over the streets do not represent disdain for calamity and suffering. They have simply chosen to take up a different mindset when confronting them. Through her scope from far in the distance, Lemon can finally see that all the statues in the shrine, their heads bowed and their hands clasped, are facing only the pious matriarch as they pray. Oh. Okay. Kef, if she really is a horrible monster, then it's unlikely a bullet will do any real damage. But at the very least, it'll let the people in the shrine see what's so unnatural about her, and create an opportunity for you, Al. The rest, I leave to you. Senor Amos? Senora Lemon, my location has been compromised. I'll come back to you right away. No need. The Shrine Patrol is already here, and the Gun Knights too. There's a lot of them. I'll hold down the street corner. Get yourself off the building before they surround the place. What about you? It's too late for me. They've started firing. Looks like our deduction was right. This cannot be a place just for birthing babies. Anyway, did you take care of the target? Alright, hold up, guys. Thanks, we're back, sorry. Just had a phone call on the old phone. Anyway, did you take care of the target? Yes, got her in one. That's good, at least this way I managed to save a few people. Stop a few things that needed to be stopped. Can't be useless forever now, can I? Well then, valet. Go do what you need to do, Senora Lemon. Actually, I've got a question I wanted to ask you. Funny. It's only once you can't hear it that I finally dare to ask it. A glitch in the comms terminal must be keeping the line open, and so the man goes on at length, chattering into the microphone. Lemon hesitates for a moment, then chooses to be silent. Was I really that useless? I never thought about it before. Even though it took nearly all I had just to become a small-time investigator for the 7th Tribunal, I never got a promotion during my decade or so there. It seems as Laterans never doubt ourselves on that front. It's like we naturally have a a million ways to keep ourselves happy and satisfied. I know someone who made sticks for lollipops. He'd take several types of paper tape and twist them together into rainbow-colored sticks. Made nearly no money out of it. He did it simply because he knew children loved them. But ever since I found out Orilla had been banished from Laterano, and there was nothing I could do about it, I haven't been able to feel even a microsecond of satisfaction with myself. You're completely useless, Amos. That's all I could think. Like how you can never forget the taste of the very first edible dessert you ever ate. I thought that maybe for the few more years I could use my seniority to meddle my way up to the Legati and go on a trip to Bolivar. I couldn't save her in the name of Laterano. Sorry. Not even I can forgive her for what she did. I just want to see her again and apologize for the argument we had. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. When I was younger, I got 5th at the 7th Tribunal New Joiner When I was younger, I got 5th at the 7th Tribunal New Joiner shooting competition, you know? I even met Orilla that day at the range. It's a shame we weren't able to save each other. I'd say that at the very least. You're a great investigator, Amos. Oh, you were still on the line, Lemon. Oh, it's time to wake up. Is the funeral complete, Tendoan? It is. The Hall of Enlightenment is this way. You seem to be going the wrong way. Am I? The nativity has begun and the matriarch is waiting for you. Where are you planning to go right now? Your emotions are rather unstable. No. I've never felt more clear-headed. I'm not going the wrong way either. I ask that you accompany me to see the matriarch, Andoan. And they get taken down. Looks like we arrived right on time. Mostama, you met her, you... What, am I supposed to be like the other Liberi, pushed back into the herd by the guards no matter how I protest? Or should I be really looking forward to seeing if my halo gets to be a square or a circle? Speaking of, I'm curious how they're going to mend the fallen angels' halos. Mostama, sorry, got sidetracked. Give us an explanation, Andoan. Gathering up all the Nan Sancta, forcing changes on their bodies. I thought this sort of stuff only happened in those shady Colombian tech companies full of mad scientists. Right. Is this what you meant when you said it was about the future? About a possibility for Laterano? Is this what the matriarch promised you? I have strayed from my path, that I cannot deny. Laterano wove a beautiful dream for us all. I was trapped too deep and took too long to awaken. Still talking nonsense even now? The other guards will be here soon. Damn it. Do you think you can get close to the matriarch to see if you use him as a hostage, Moshima? Maybe? She does trust him a lot. I'd be a little worried if you all left it up to Elle. I can sense a multitude of emotions growing by the second. The number of people with empathy in this shrine is increasing. The nativity has begun. It's no use even if you subdue the matriarch right now. We must go do what we still can. I'll think of what to do about this ceremony that should not exist. But it's likely to lead to great chaos. It should buy you the time to evacuate our people. What's your plan? Why do you think we'll trust you, Anduin? Seriously, a babbling lunatic who already betrayed his friend once, saving everyone? You don't need to trust me. Pity will not save the people. I don't have that kind of power. All someone who has walked the path of wrong, of obsession can do is to save himself. Wait, Anduin, take this. A bomb? I'll give it to draw their guards' attention. But if you really are going to stop the ceremony that shouldn't exist, like you said, you'll need it more than us. Anduin walks past the pair, heading straight for the depths of the shrine. His steps are slow, but Fiammetta makes no moves to stop him. You okay with letting him go? Hello, Duck Lord. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream, my guy. Everyone having fun playing Clear's Beta Test 2 while I'm here accessless. Same. Same, brother, same. So, the test has begun. But, yeah, that's about it. I may watch a few Enfield things here and there, but I'll try to avoid some major spoilers for Enfield, at least. Story-wise and some other things. He's reliable when he sticks to a handful of words instead of a full-on parable. True. The situation's too damned weird. Not like we have any better options at the moment. There's a whole lot of people coming this way, probably chasing Anduin. Help him buy some breathing room. I'll even get with him after this is all. I'll get even with him after this is all over. The shrine's very first nursery. Once, with a heart full of hope, it was here he tended to an unfortunate mother, day after day. Now the child she left behind was clambered up onto a comfort bell, the sparkling droplets of water on this freshly washed wings refracting the lamplight, just like a dream. The Aberbeast does not mind his caretaker's prior outburst. He calls out happily as always, inviting Anduin to play with him. Insignificant trifles and grandiose feats are but a hair's breadth from one another. You have labored for many years over this grueling journey of yours. You should not let such a meaningless difference stay your steps. I will need you to lift your spirits, for aside from caring for this mother and child, there are more deeds that must be done. An insignificant nurturer, a heaven-piercing shrine. The former could grit his teeth, harden his heart, and refuse the young beast's invitation, but his minor act of rebellion would do nothing to shake the foundations of the latter. I should do more. I should do more. But how do I shake the pillars of the shrine? How do I erase a miracle that has already occurred? The Shrine of Nursery, this towering edifice was not built in a day. It began as a simple, ordinary nursery. Our nursery. Did we start with the blueprint of such an imposing shrine? No. We merely wished for a safe, comfortable room for that mother. And yet its frenzied evolution led to what it is now. that is how a future where all are saved can sprout from our faith. This was the very first nursery in the Shrine of Nursery. This was the starting point of this grandiose building. This is where you and I placed our faith. And so, Kef, I'll tear my faith apart. And Owen examines the bomb Mostama gave him closely. It has been imaginatively cobbled together from all sorts of daily necessities. Its face decorated with a bright splash of graffiti. That's Exu. He cannot remember what the girl who made this looked like. They might have met once or twice. They might have never met at all. He can only remember Lemon recounting her deeds countless times it was over. I was never alone as I sought a way through this trail of thorns, was I? Without the slightest hesitation, he lights the fuse. I understand you are no longer sad and suffering, my child. But you do not sense danger, even as this room is about to explode. Or are you simply uninterested in this as well? Does Laterano no longer need us to feel fear? The Abba Beast flies down to the ground, rubbing against Anduin's trousers in confusion. If he cannot feel fondness, fear, or torment for all that life has to offer, how can we speak of revering it? I should have asked you this, my child. But it was I who brought you here. You could even say you were born in answer to my vision. This is our penance, a lesson for the both of us. And Owen bends over and cradles the Abba Beast in his arms. That gunshot! I'm so very glad to hear the sound of your gun this time around, Lemon. Man, what is with this event and fucking awesome CGs? Sparks bloom wildly across the nursery. A giant comfort bell clatters as it falls, its sonorous notes adding to the clamor. The explosion engulfs the room, devouring the graceful balance of light and shadow. Was this realm a dream or an obsession? Once you had a flock of brothers and sisters following behind you. They were rejected, harmed, insulted, desecrated. They named you guide and walked the long path with you. Yet here in this Laterano, which you believed equal and selfish, you forgot them. And so I ask, how should this community you long for be shaped? How should this holy city you yearn for be rebuilt? What path is it you walk, Anduin? To what answers does it lead? If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is an obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. Damn! Well, gotta say, very epic. Bro knew what lines to say on that scene. The flames swallow the entire nursery. The Abba Beast flaps his wings furiously. There is no fear in his eyes, as though he's simply dancing. Yet Anduin still covers his ears out of habit. Oh? In this final moment, Anduin hears a bell, clear as day. What? Are you alright, matriarch? The ceremony has been interrupted. The entire shrine is shaking. And that explosion just now. Is an evacuation underway? Yes, there's a library wearing a pontifical cohorse uniform and a fallen angel leading our people to safety. Only half of the non-sancta have successfully acquired halos. I'll ask the patrol to have them reconvene right away. Like the cracking of the bamboo, the explosion reverberates out from the depths of the shrine. The peal of a bell from parts unknown drowns out the chimes of the comfort bells. Chaos reigns as countless people flock to the exit. The towering edifice sways as the blast wave finally reaches the Hall of Enlightenment. Let them leave. Forcing them to stay will only harm them irreparably. The shrine is collapsing, matriarch. No. What is collapsing is not only the shrine, but also the answer we sought with it. Gather the other nurturers. Everyone must leave at once. I will have the guards escort you out. The matriarch steps down from the dais. The wind. Amidst the chaos, she hears the sound of the wind clearly from above her head, where there should only be praying statues in spotless stained glass. Hey, 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 over here! You're not getting away that easily. Hmm? Okay. Using the Hortus de Escapismo theme. I think. Or is it? No, is this... no, this is still Guide Ahead, right? Yeah, I think this is still Guide Ahead. If I remember. Battle theme. Yeah. The matriarch lifts her head. She cannot see who's approaching her, but her voice has an infectious quality to it. Almost instinctively, she stretches out her arm. I've been hanging on to this window for 2 hours already. If you don't get off that stage, my arm's gonna fall off. Exia holds on tight to the matriarch. The world spins and the two of them tumble to the floor. What they fall onto is not solid ground, but rather some odd softness that is like falling into fog, yet also falling into water. This is the second event's OST. So my first assumption was right. Is it... Hortus de Escapismo? Exia senses a great force pushing her outwards. One that is definitely not just the explosion. Could this frail-looking woman really be that strong? Oh! Man, once in a dream and trying to tear... That is awesome. Man, this... it really goes to show it's the 6th anniversary. Every CG is illustration worthy, and she's literally tearing the matriarch. Having her... from literally pulling her from the dream to reality. She forces herself to open her eyes. She isn't sure when it happened, but the arm she's holding onto has become the jagged limbs of a beast. The matriarch's gentle face has disappeared under the water. They look at one another across the boundary between truth and lies on her side of the line. The bell atop the Tower of Revelations rings clear as can be. I did figure you weren't as pretty as you looked early on. But my imagination never prepared me for this. Not even Ancient Forge had anything as crazy looking as you. Well, at least I don't have to worry about ripping your arm off. My friends had to bust their butts to give me this chance. So get out of there already. You have no right to hide away in a dream. You have no right to hide in our Laterano. Man, I love this event. I'm probably gonna say that statement around 20 more times, but I love this event. Oh my god. Yeah, I think that was Andoan, who's come to a sudden revelation, resolves to blow up the very first room in the Shrine of Nurture Exia. With the doctor's guidance and the help of others, takes hold of the matriarch and pulls her out of the dream. MT8 pilgrimage after operation. The Bell of Revelations. Whenever a very significant thing is happening in Laterano, it tolls. A bell tolls. Its unending peals echo across the entire city. It rings clear and steady, guiding stray souls towards it. Legend has it that after their long and arduous journey, the saints built the tower and used the ringing of its bell to ward off the devils. Then there rose the Lateran city, its wall of purest white standing fast against the elements, while the bell in the tower fell silent for millennia. Now it cries out once more. It scanned 2 years since it last did so in response to a mixed blood sancta girl's song. Yeah, I remember that in Guide Ahead. I remember that. Senior Nurturer, are you hurt? Don't move. It was hard enough getting you bandaged up. Petia? You're pretty much half dead by the time we got to the Shrine of Nurtury. We only had time to get you and these kids searching for you out of there. Don't cry, Giselle, Romya. It was all just a nightmare. We're finally awake. A nightmare? Wounds and nightmares don't follow you to real life. Where are all the other brothers and sisters? Keeping watch nearby. Guess you finally got your memories back. What, want to hear them call you Guide again? Sorry, Petia. It's clear you were just trying to wake a man who had lost his way again. Why did you abandon the Pathfinders, Andoan? If you rested in the wilds for a bit after leaving Sanctalemanium Ambrosi, according to our original plan, you would have passed the Iberian border soon after, back to the land where you came from. You're finally awake, Skyrim Entrentis. You even made contact with the Inquisition, but then you disappeared all of a sudden. That was when the dream began for me. What do you mean? It's just an idea, one without any evidence behind it. It told me to turn away, to cast aside all my plans and return to Laterano. So you're saying you never actually met that blind lady and didn't go back to Laterano with her for that baby's sake, like you were enticed by something? Not gay. No gay. This is starting to sound like something a crackpot charlatan would say. I know this is hard to understand, even I don't fully get it. I'll say, there's way too much hard to understand stuff at play here. You and that shrine, you wanted to plop halos on everyone's heads and turn us all into freaks who can't even decide what emotions to feel. Whatever, you managed to wake yourself up in the end. If you hadn't made such a ruckus by blowing up the nativity, all of Laterano would probably still be dreaming. With the boundary between the two sides so blurred, his deeds in the dream should be taken into full account during adjudication. During adjudication. Executor Frederico of the Notorian Hall, I have read your file, Andoan Agathangelos. Andoan Agathanglos. Is that your surname, Andoan? Is this the first time you got to know Andoan's last name? After the chaos you caused during the first Summit of Nations, the Curia banished you from Laterano. Now you have returned in secret and were involved in plotting the so-called nativity ceremony. We are partially responsible for the current turmoil troubling the city, and must accept a joint investigation by the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals. Hey, can't you see he's hurt real bad? Besides, I'm sure you've got more important things to worry about right now. You need a hand, Executor? Get into the city and we'll help us. Get us into the city and we'll help you fight. And you are... that... What is it, Nuda? Look over there! Getting your Patron firearm means you have moved on to a new stage of life, El. Yeah, come quick, sis. We're taking a photo in front of the statue. I need to go to Lungman. I need to get a proper explanation from Mostama. Let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. The passage of time will bind people together regardless of what they think about it. As long as your lives intertwine at some point, you'll have nothing to worry about. I don't know whose sentences these are. Safe travels home, Exia. She feels herself moving, but she cannot open her eyes. Her back is cupped by something rough while her mind sinks into a bottomless softness where even the pain running through her body is dulled. Her thoughts flow into a boundless ocean of faith. She opens her eyes. So this is where this OST comes in, alright? I don't even know what voice to give the matriarch now. You awaken, child. You are gravely wounded. Only by accompanying me will you stay lucid during the transfiguration. While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. Much as we once leaned on one another to traverse the devastation of catastrophe. The transfiguration? Do you mean that dream? I'm definitely awake though. Why do you have a halo on your head? What kind of monster are you? All sanctors have halos, child, so that we could forget from whence we came, so that we could embrace our new lives we named ourselves thusly. Thankfully, the passage of thousands of years have reshaped your appearances and ways of life. Perhaps you could follow those tomb-bound accounts and call me Saint. Of course, my flesh and spirit both have long become one with the soil beneath Laterano's white walls. What you see now is simply a snippet of code from his boundless program, a spectre bearing countless memories. A snippet of code from his boundless... The law! As he sees it, the path of the Sancta began with the saints, and so it should continue with the saints, who should lead you beyond calamity and into the future. I don't get a word of what you're saying. Where exactly are you taking me? It's not a question of you and I, child, but of all Laterans. Exia strains her neck backwards. Man, that is some top tier exotic creature art. The monster that calls herself Saint cradles Exia, falling close behind her Sancta, as well as haloed Liberi, felines, and a host of creatures, the likes of which she has never seen before. It is a grand procession meandering into the distance, its end far out of sight. Exia can sense that these are no shambling husks. Their empathy has not faded. No, it is even stronger than it has ever been. The faith of the countless masses has condensed into a vast sea. They follow behind the saint to a destination clear in their minds. Not even the saint's travels wrote of a sight so bizarre. Across millennia has he granted revelation to his chosen few, so that they may question, analyze, and deduce, so that they may point Laterano in the right direction. But it would prove far too slow a process this time. He has never been this restless and uneasy. The master of all things has awoken. Threats nip at our heels. He must carry out his original duty. The master of all things has awoken. Oh boy, wonder who that is. Because in this calculated future, there is no place for the Sancta. There is only time for him to directly impose what he has sensed on every one of us, to force the only solution he knows into being. An ever more cohesive community of Sancta, Laterano as it should be. Yeah, listening to all this is making my head feel like it's about to pop. Heaven's sake, all this he, him, his stuff. What are you even talking about? We are on our way to meet him. The foundation of faith, the prime mover. Even the deepest nightmare pales in comparison to cruel reality, child. And with the collapse of the Transfiguration, I fear his actions have been noticed. There is not much time, perhaps he and I, no. Perhaps we still have time to ensure the future of the Sancta. Wait, is it the law or is it the Pope? What are you talking about? No, that's the law, I think. March? A migration? Or perhaps a pilgrimage? A grand procession of newborn Sanctas, traversing the streets of the holy city with a vigor that Sancta had not had in centuries. How should we describe such a sight? It's absurd, yes? What do you see, Orella? These halos on the street lamps? The trees, the dessert carts, the confessionals. Am I hallucinating or is my scope fogged up? That is no hallucination. The Shrine of Nurture still exists in reality. These iridescent projections originate from it. Where the pilgrims go, the projections follow. Where they fall, even inorganic matter will sprout halos. These projections are like a form of unliving executor, redefining Sancta in the name of the law all over. All this time we're told that whoever stains the purity of the Sancta shall be mercilessly cast out by the law. And now it turns out the purest Sancta he so favors are actually street lamps and trees? Can't believe I'm starting to think my fall was a good thing. If that gaggle wants to redefine Sancta into something nobody can understand, I have half a mind to leave them be. Don't worry, Executor. There's still some of them I want to kill. I agreed to help you fight. I'll have that fight no matter what. It seems like they really do want to remodel the entire city. If their aim is to remodel the city via those projections, then forming a mass of people is highly inefficient method. Yet they still chose to gather together even after the dream's collapse. Perhaps spreading those projections around isn't the only way they have. They must have an additional method in mind. In order to use it, they must reach a common endpoint. If their aim is to turn all of Laterano in its head, then I might know where they're headed. The Basilica. I had a discussion with Pope. Young Glista 11th there once, and I was able to glimpse certain entities, to realize some truths. You do not need to doubt me, Senior. I do not. You're fine. Your file was signed and sealed by the Pope himself. I will bring you there, Antoine. Hold on, Frederico. Whole city's gone mad and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Why should we trust you? Hey, that's my line! If what you're concerned about is who shall hold authority in this situation, considering nearly all present have violated the law to some degree, as an executor I have the right to press you all into my temporary control. If it is the current calamity that is causing you to panic and deprive yourself of sound judgment or action, I, Federico Gailo, am the first saint from outside the ranks of the popes. I do not believe this title has any special meaning, but if you require a reason, then there is none better. I'm not a normal saint, as he said it. The procession will pass through here, first as they move from the Shrine of Nursery to the Basilica. Kef, or rather the monster, has unusually strong empathy. Even the bell of the Tower of Relations can do nothing about her influence towards you. Petia, take the other Pathfinders and these Ereri away from here. Go in the opposite direction. You staying by yourself? Trust in me, my brothers and sisters. This is the path I must walk. At least change out of those clothes. You look god-awful. What do you like walking around with blood all over your robe? I don't own many outfits, and I don't know where my old casrock's gone. Here. This... You kept it all this time? Not like it took up much backspace. I don't know. I just felt like this wasn't something I should throw away. Go on. Take it. Thank you, Petia, for all these many years. However, you must try to find shelter for these children who have just escaped the dream. Arturia, you and Andoin will require special supervision. I will keep the two of you within my sight at all times. I haven't even said anything. Your beatitude? Your beatitude? Maybe you can leave the children to me. I may not be a Sancta or a Lateran, but I am rather experienced in looking after children. Very well. Move out. Oh boy. The foundation of the Sancta? The Sancta's future? Man, that looks... That is a very distorted Made in Abyss style monster. It definitely makes you pause for a bit. Do you not trust my words? Beatitude means supreme blessedness. Biblically accurate Sancta. That's the funny part. That's literally true. That statement is literally true. Oh. Man, do I love Arknights for all the absurdism here. Why should I? You have no reason to, true. Much as how we first gained the name Sancta, we could never have imagined our community would become one of explosions and desserts after all these years. Halos, empathy, guns, walls of purest white. Do you believe the law innate, child? Do you believe the Sancta have always been unique in these ways? Why would I doubt it? You love it, as do I. Faith is shaped by the experiences of countless generations, the ravages of time, and the footprints of the teeming masses. It should not, must not be swayed again by the first of the faithful. But once more do the people face down the crossroads of destiny. I have no choice but to do this. We have not sown lies, my child. We have merely hidden some truths, then allowed the rest to become inspirational tales and parables of saints. These texts tell how the devil's arrival left all things desolate and how none saw the light of sun. But for the sancta, they had radiance bestowed upon them by the law. But the angels were born from devil's child, and as for the so-called bestowment, we finally get the damn confirmation and reveal. Oh my lord. It was not but a chance encounter. In that age, the king set out his warriors to seek a new beginning for their people. In that age, monsters that crawled the earth longed for a homeland, and so were named Tikas, a race yet young. In that age, hegemons who could command raging flames, blinding thunderbolts, wild winds, and frigid snow descended upon the land alongside their mirrored servants, here to seize the Tikas' precious home. Hegemons? Wait, what does hegemons mean? There's hegemony. Ah, is this referring to the, what's it called? The predecessors that came to Terra? The flames they threw could melt the skulls of Wendigos. The howling gales they summoned could shatter the wings of gargoyles. Even if vampires sucked them dry, they would be reborn from eggs of fire. Wow, that's like... That would be like... Man, might be because I'm dead tired, but I can't get my imagination working at all. The Colossus cups the wounded Sancta in her hand, continuing onwards with a shambling yet steady gait. Her voice is as gentle as it was in her guise as the matriarch. And so she tells her ancient, unprovable tale, like a saint who has stopped to rest her feet, taking the chance to preach to a stranger she met along the road. Exia knows she's not the only one hearing the story, though. The winding procession follows, all while countless people pour in from every corner of the city, leaving the buildings painted iridescent, joining the ocean of faith. I shall share the portion of the truth hidden from you, child. Once we arrive at the Basilica, the past will be made clear, and all shall know it. It is then that the term Sancta shall be redefined. The king's might could not slow the decline of the Tikas. His weary gaze scanned the land for countless days and countless nights, before finally falling upon the ancient silver mounds. The king's might. Is it referring to... Wait, hold on a minute. The king's might. Who the fuck is the king here in this analogy? And so his warriors set forth, seeking out these before seen argent mountains beneath the earth. With the language conferred onto them by the king, they would conquer them and command them to rout the foes of the Tikas. Root? Rout. Route. I feel like that's a spelling mistake, but I'll continue. To grant the Tikas the chance to truly become those with the homeland. Ah, the king. Okay. I have a feeling whom that king may be. Sorry. I have a sneaking suspicion who that king may be. Before they left, the king took the blood of a burdened beast and annoyed. Root means to defeat. Okay. Defeat the foes of the Tikaz. And anointed the head of every warrior with a crimson circle, symbolizing the mission they all shouldered together. Crimson circle? The warriors strode across the land, crossing the most barren of wastes where not even the hardest of plants could take root, where not even the most tenacious of beasts could survive. But with their twisted limbs did they aid one another, not even the weakest of their number would be abandoned before they breathed their last. For the king had taught them this: kin shall not eat kin, kin shall aid kin. That feels like, okay. What? Exia could barely believe what she's seeing. A scene unfolds before her in an extraordinary way, and the next second she catches a glimpse of the amazement spreading across the sea of faces. There is no doubt, through empathy beyond empathy, the monster is sharing what she sees with all present. Huh? Finally, after many days and nights, numbered beyond reckoning, they arrived at the edge of a great rift in the earth. And then they saw... There, floating above the floor of the valley, was a new beginning, one that should not exist in this desolate waste. The pale, petrified forms of plants and beasts dance among mud, spinning about to some rhythm beyond ken. A string of boulders draws them along as they go, coming together to form a great ring. The fragments of the ring pulsed faintly with light. At first they thought it was fire, but they sensed no heat and it seemed untangible. In that age, the warriors of the Tikaz knew they had found the slumbering silver mounds. It's the fucking law. In that age, the warriors encircled the ring. They attempted to call out to it, to appease it, to command it, to persuade it. They cried out until they could cry out no more, their throats hoarse and bleeding, but to no avail. The ring remained silent. They were trapped in that wasteland with no way forward and no way back. Time passed until an ordinary sarcasm could not stand it any longer and stood up. She looked at her near-mad, emaciated companions and realized that they all would die of hunger and thirst before the silver mounds awoke from their slumber. Instinct took over her. The stone lace in her hand pierced one of her dying fellows and she began to devour his flesh. Oh. The Tikaz had no fear of eating the flesh of other Tikaz, but it was the Far Chaser, exiled for refusing to partake, who returned with the black crown and became the first king. Oh, the first king of the Sarkaz they meant, or the Tikaz, to be more exact. But it was the Far Chaser, exiled for refusing to partake, who returned with the black crown and became the first king. Since then, eating our kin has become the strictest of taboos. But at that moment, one of the warriors handpicked by the king defied his ban without the slightest hesitation. Only through this act could she live. As for whether she lived so as to complete the mission they were entrusted with, that is a tale for another time. But at that time... A strange noise comes from above her head. Exia, no, all the people behind the monster lift their heads, and together with the Tikaz of history, they look toward the sky, welcoming that one fateful moment. In an instant, the surfaces of the boulders within the ring begin to split and peel away, revealing a metal that glows with the crimson light. In an instant, bright halos and wings of light sprout from the black bodies of each and every TCAS present. It is as though they have always been there, revealed from the dust of the swipe of the hand of the Creator above. The warriors did not have time to ponder this strange change, as boundless vitality poured into the exhausted frames like the surging tide. With the greatest of joys did they touch one another and embrace one another like newborn babes. As for the TCAS with the stone lance, its point still painted in blood, she looked up at that alien metal and remained silent for a while. She did not understand why it remained aloof to the words the king had imparted upon them to appease the silver mounds, yet deigned to respond the moment she ate of the kin flesh. That is... Then comprehension dawned on her. Perhaps the metal would not respond to the king's dignified appeals, nor the pleas to smite their enemies, but rather it answered the simplest and purest of ideas, a quiet prayer. For survival. It only activated for survival, huh? A quiet prayer for survival. It only activated... Was that TCAS? You? The Silver Mountains are in Laterano? And you want to take everyone to go see them? Do you understand now, child? Before faith became faith, before the first brick of this paradise of tolerance, equality, mercy, and joy was laid. This was the origin of it all. Return to start. Interactive Simulation 26 complete. Prior emergency response mechanisms expired. New emergency response mechanism unmaterialized. Simulation result failure. Compulsory transfiguration of Laterano. Continuing operation. Hey, the Pope is still here! Ah, looks like... Jan Glista in 11th. It's that vision again. Our discussion's gone right back to square one. Truth be told, I'd really like to head upstairs and enjoy some guava juice and an ice cream cone, or at the very least take a nap on the sofa. I can barely feel my lips anymore or my knees. How long has it been since you started acting oddly and I rushed over to find a solution? What caused the calamity to speed up so to the point you need to throw out all your old emergency response mechanisms and instead force everyone to directly synchronize data with you? You forced Laterano to go through such radical change. In time, the spiritual light of the Sancta will be stripped away. In time, will Laterano still be considered Laterano? The sitting Pope, Jan Glista 11th, requests a 27th interactive simulation. Oh, have you done chapter 15? Of course not. How have I? No. Jan Glista 11th has refused to help bring out the transfiguration to completion, now conferring judgment on request for interactive assimilation. He's debating with the law. Cry of prostration. These monsters. Neither Sancta nor the others at the Nativity can escape the influence of the Transfiguration's sudden termination. All I can do now is to call everyone to my side and keep their minds steady and free of collapse. We meet him. As for those who you call monsters, they too are sanctas, and the law shelters them as well. They are newly born, pious and plain. They will aid the people in sweeping away all obstacles along the path. This path will take us past the Tower of Revelations in Pagus, Alessia, past the Notorian Hall in Gunsmiths and Pagus, Achillean, past the Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel, before finally arriving at the Basilica. This route, a familiar one, yes? It is the order the street lamps light up as night falls on Laterano. He has laid out a most convenient path for us. And so I beg you sleep a while, child. We will have arrived once you awake, and there we shall rekindle hope for the continuation of our race. I see now. You have been looking for an opportunity ever since you awoke. You are still unwilling to accept it. Oh god, love arguing. The tales we left behind became chains that bound later generations. The texts that speak of the majesty of the saints and ugliness of the devils have become etched deep in your hearts. You need only witness my countenance to raise your gun against me. But no matter, child. You will come to understand who is named hero and who is named monster, who is named kin and who is named alienus. You shall all understand. I fell? That's a real nasty feeling. I don't. I am aware to an extent about what something is happening, but I'm not gonna elaborate on it. Because at the end, basically every single one of the disaster-ridden or emergency projects activated all at once because Priestess awoke. So the Seaborn fleet, Jaeger getting some messages. The law started malfunctioning. The Witch King in the alternate dimension sensed a great disturbance. And other things. Along with some Originium shenanigans as well, of course. Awesome. Never thought there'd be a way to turn that light out. I don't know if I'm going to miss it later, but right now it's not too bad having it off. My head's a lot clearer now that I don't have to deal with all your emotions. Clear? Oh child, even though you know my history, the history of our race, you still wish to make an enemy of me. How can you consider your mind clear? What can I say? It's clearer than ever. You say I've been tried by those dusty old books you left behind, but they never said anything about having to listen to your ancient Beatitudes ideas. I've been listening to you go on and on for ages already. Did you ever plan on asking us what we think? True. The good news is the monsters chasing us have retreated. The bad news is that they're joining that weird procession over there. Engie monster. Oh, right. Right, I never noticed this earlier, but and emotions change, so the emoticon here also changes. Good thing we talked Idida into staying somewhere safe. Will Alexia be able to handle herself, Doctor? I believe she's still buying time in her. She's still buying time for us. The procession is heading for that machine. That monster looks really familiar for some reason. No matter how much she changes herself to look like a living thing, I can tell she's just a program. The collapse of the dream must have cut off her connection with the machine, and as a program, all she can do is try to re-establish that connection, to restart the dream. Passing that field of irises a minute ago, I saw halos blooming above the flowers, one after another. That's completely unprecedented. The goal of that machine and that program is more extreme than we thought. Everything organic and organic will be defined as sancta. This thing's crazier than when PRTS went haywire. Oh boy, do I have some clues on that. And this also gives us an opportunity. Not on my own, but Calcit should have had some sort of understanding of that machine. Calcit. Ever since it all went down, you've been avoiding saying her name to me, Doctor. Sorry. In any case, thanks for putting your trust in me. I mean, I was so worried before we left. Never mind. At least I managed to get a decent amount out of this operation. That machine is special, Doctor. We've tried to approach it in the past, but the more the law of Laterano was gradually refined, the more difficult it became to try and figure out its nature. Calcit did come up with a plan, but even she admitted it was a bit too daring. So what was the plan? It's a really crude one. She never let me do it before. But my nature does give me a talent that ordinary people lack, to some extent. Of course, we should also thank our creator's open-minded attitude toward technology exchange. Phew, okay, this is the first time I'm trying this. Of course, we should also thank our creator's open-minded attitude towards I wonder who's that a reference to? Technology exchange? Stand back a bit, Doctor. Routing through city communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges, AMA 10. Oh, let's go! Oh, man. Oh, this hurts. This hurts. Hitting Calcit's original name. Oh, this hurts. Temporary access credentials. Elcaro 1! Oracle decoding complete. Authentication passed. Let's go! It's also related to the AIG. Connected to PCS system. Syncing computational radiation link. Updating permission log. If it wants to speed up the changes happening across Laterano, it'll have to remove all of its underlying restrictions and break through its computational limits over and over. Which means that machine should have left itself wide open to me. It wouldn't have the time to limit my actions. Oh, wait, monster! I'm trying to stop it. No, I'm not in control of the process anymore. Oh. Okay. The flow of information does not come rushing in as you imagine. The clamor of computation has faded away at some point. You and Monster feel a peculiar feeling wash over the both of you. Oh boy, what happened? You seem to have stopped at a fork in the road. And all... Oh. Fucking Christ, bro. Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, my lord. Of course. I find it funny. I saw her in chapter 8, and now now I see her after her chapter 15 shenanigans. An old friend appears. Has she been walking alongside you the whole time, or is it a chance encounter? In short, you see her. The color begins to drain out of your surroundings. It is as if time stands still. This is the stage built for your reunion. Thank you for your hard work, M810, unknown language. We meet again, Matrix. Our reunion has come much sooner than I imagined, just as I had hoped. Yeah, now I'm getting why people were saying this is to be played after chapter 15. But no biggies, I have spoiled myself enough to get a bit of a grasp on things over the 9 months. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. The dream collapses and the masses return to reality. Exia finds herself A part of a procession, the matriarch, who was reverted to the form of a Tikaz, leads that procession to the basilica. She tells Exia of the origin of Laterano. MT9 interpretation. Interpretation, eh? Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Loosen up that trigger finger, Fiametta. I get the impression that Scowl's stuck on your face until you get to fire off a few grenades. Thinking about that disgusting dream just makes me even angrier. Too bad it wasn't entirely a dream. Look over there, way in the distance. The Shrine of Nature is still here. Let's go, Mostima, to the hospital. Doesn't matter if what just happened was a dream or not. We need to make sure that the fact that I'm the first person you thought of really means something to me, Fiametta. Lemwin? I'm so glad you're alright. How's your legs? A little sore. What happened? I was running all over that dream until I was dead tired. Getting to sit down is a treat. Alright, the two of you can relax now. Ah, she's back in the wheelchair. What the hell's going on here? It was only my second day after being created cardinal, and I was headed to the office like usual. It might have been the moment I stepped out of the front door, or maybe when I saw the shrine. I can't really say when I left reality. It all happened so naturally. What is it, Fiametta? Hey! Andoan's cool! Of course. Salvete, everyone. Cap. You're still keeping... What are you up to wearing that? A friend kept it for me. You have a very kind junior, Fiametta. She told me this wasn't something to just throw away. Perhaps today I'll finally reach my destination, to be clothed in these vestments as I do, so maybe fate at work. Why you... Andoan has an important role to play. Resolving your existing disputes is not a priority. It's been a while, Frederico. I know who you are and how you like to get things done, and I know that according to the curious rules, Saints have the highest authority in the emergency situations, but please give us a little time. Please keep it brief. Arturia left. Man, this... Ah, I love it. What can I say, man? What can I say? Look at that, Frederico growth. What can I say, man? I love the string of Laterano events, as well as the Lithanian events tied in, but this is definitely my favorite events. I'll speak like a broken record on this point again and again, but this is definitely my favorite event. The last time the four of us got together like this was that fateful mission, wasn't it? It's been 10 years. We reached the underground palace. Fiametta got a distress signal from another team and went to go help them while Andoan was revising our tactics at the entrance. Yeah, it's very fun. We'll see you in the next one. Gamer, have a good one. We laughed as we shared the last of the chestnut scones. An old habit of our team. I remember the day well. We were so happy back then. I thought those days would never end. Nobody could have imagined what would come next. You caused all this, Andoan, but you still refused to tell the truth, or at least repent. A brief time together may have been one of life's accidents, but it was a precious one. I ruined it in a way I did not foresee. I understand how deeply you treasure that time, Fiametta. Your love burned so hot it's singed the hearts of those around you. I always wanted to thank you for one thing. You were the one who taught me how to love Laterano. But at the same time, I knew I hurt you and destroy what you cherish. I am a villain. It would be just for you to hate me. Are you trying to piss me off, Andoan? Whether or not I hate you is for me to decide, not you. I understand that, and I'm grateful for it. I am fortunate to have made a friend like you. Go do what you need to do. But remember, I won't forgive you. I never will. These two are taking you to the Basilica, right, Anduin? It is I who is taking them, Lemon. Damn, look at this. Which means you're still determined to walk this path? Of course I am. Will it be dangerous? Unknown might be the better word. Have you ever thought of stopping? Whether I am the captain who attacked you or an arrogant, naive nurturer in my dream, my doubts, my fixation, my mistakes, they have all led me here. I cannot stop. All right then. It's hard to call Laterano paradise the way it is now. That monster running rampant across the city, those strange things reared, wandering all over the place. Nobody knows what's going on or what will come next. The three of us need to work out a way to solve these issues and find out who's gone missing. As for you, your wounds look rather serious. You might die, Anduin. We might die. I know. We've talked about Rocambria, but it's about its bell tower and its rainy nights, about the mute child you buried in Sargon, about the miner's frozen legs you had to amputate in Ursus. You told me about all sorts of places, and I remember them all. I always pitied you. I understood many of your opinions and I never disagreed with you, but I can never truly understand you. I was much the same for you. We are both clear on that matter, just as you know how grateful I am for your pity. Well, I am a Lateran, aren't I? That is where you shine the brightest. I will always remember how you taught me to shoot a gun. Speaking of, where is that gun now? I left it in Laterano. 10 years ago, it was your final mission with our team of commandos. Even if nothing had happened, you would still have left. Which means these words came a little too late is all. Right. It's been far too long since that day, and I'm glad of it. Gratitude and blame no longer hang so heavy. Well then. Farewell, Anduin. Lemon speaks no further. Mostama goes up to her wheelchair, looking Anduin square in the eyes. I know what you're about to say. No need to thank me. Farewell, Captain. Fiametta looks at Anduin, then at her two friends. She stays silent. Farewell. Cardinal Lemon, there are some tasks I must assign to the three of you. Of course. You're doing alright, Fiametta? I'm fine. Fiametta, this thing might involve me, but I know it's not only my problem or endurance. These past 2 years have taught me that. Yeah, I should really learn that too. Alright, enough about that. Right now, if what Federico says is true, the most important thing is to act quickly. Good thing there's no arms control in real life. I can blast those monsters as soon as I see them. I'll cover you, just like the old days. Wait a second, Lemon. Federico just said that Sanctus who attacked them will fall. Falling is no walk in the park, trust me on that. About half of the people awoke in the city are Sanctus. Without their numbers, we won't be able to stop such a large procession. Unless we add in those fallen angels and Radi Federico mentioned. Wait, he said they were pretty emotionally charged and didn't know what they were up to. Not to mention he's got only temporary command over them. Not like they need steady nerves or pure intentions to help out. Relax, I'll handle them. I'm a fallen angel too, and I've spent lots of time outside of Laterano. We got any better choices for our angel wrangler? It still won't be enough. The situation on the road from the Shrine of Nursery to the Basilica is too complex. We need to get administrative permissions for the roadside facilities along the way ASAP. I'll head back to the 7th Tribunal for a bit. By yourself? Don't trust my wheelchair skills? It'll make me mad. Quick, let her rub your ears tufts a bit. Since the two of you have everything planned out, what else is there for me to add? Let's split up, teammates. Oh man, this is just like the old days for them. Gas. We have to go now, children. Hugo, help take care of our new Sancta friends, alright? Yes, sister. Where did Senior Nurturer go? Did he stop caring about us? Yes. He just has to go handle a few things for a little while. Think about it. We don't know each other very well. So if you didn't promise me he'd come back, why would I agree to take care of you? Oh, you're right. Right. Would you like to hear the story of how the lost Zidon captured the Castle of Dreams? Or maybe how the Keshig brought gold to marry the Princess of Gold, but the gold turned to sandstone, burying Lingos? Huh? That's not what we learned in history class. They're not stories you hear in Laterano. I can tell them to you while we walk. Here, some bread from Petia. You haven't eaten since we gotten into the city. Making up tall tales for children again, Nuda? I'm curious, do other Kyokan treasure the knowledge in your heads as much as you do? I've never met another of my kind. If I can turn that knowledge into stories for children with a little tweaking, then it means there's still some use for it. Otherwise it'll just be a scathing scattering of pale fragments in my mind. I have a surprisingly flexible mindset. Alright, are you disappointed? About what? You traveled all this way to Laterano, to your holy land, but it wasn't apples and fireworks that welcomed you, or a loving god of universal salvation. Instead, you got rampaging demons. I am disappointed, but not completely. Have I ever told you how I became a nun, Aurella? Please do. As you know, I wandered all around Bolivar from a young age. It wasn't hard to survive. My knowledge proved useful on that front. As for my parents, even if I forgot what they looked like, they still managed to fill my head with lots of things. But I couldn't understand the more complicated parts. They pointed to the black flow, the far edge of the sea, the depths of the dunes of gold, even the space beyond the stars. They spoke of race after race, secret after secret. Right. The black flow, would that be from Cass? Yeah, the crown. The far edge of the sea. The depths of the dunes of gold. Oh, what's there in the sands? Even the space beyond the stars. Alright. Not a good fit for a place like Bolivar. Space beyond the stars. Which is why I hate them, Aurella. Everywhere I look, I see soldiers fighting over men and money. Artillery firing left and right, and the Bolivarians caught in the crossfire. All I had were pale fragments. Until I was 13 when I met a nun. I mean, you have to consider she's a Kukulkan, which is basically an elder race, maybe like a sibling elder race from what Hyolhyak is, and they treasure knowledge above all else, right? Even though they may live pretty short lives, they kind of just pass down that knowledge that they have acquired through generation and generation. And that's what I know, at least, about this race. A band of true Bolivarian guerrillas had robbed her. She was gravely injured, leaning against a rock and close to death. But when I got close, I could hear her singing. Her bandages had fused with her festering wounds. She must have been in so much pain in the final moments of her life, yet she was still so serene. It was a hymn, one that had always been in my mind, one that I had pored over in puzzlement countless times. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. Oh! Of course, whenever Arknights, it's a song, poem, hymn, or whatever, it is almost always important. He punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love, whether they have scars or stones. Until that very moment when some of those pale fragments took on color and form and came together into something called Laterano. So you took up her habit. I did. Even if paradise is pure and spotless, white, to me it cannot compare to the very first time I heard that hymn. Good. Neoda, forget anyone else. Take the kids and follow that Petia girl. She looks like she knows her way around town. Alright. Wait, you're staying at the Tower of Revelations? The executor said, a long since fallen sanctor doesn't need to listen to a saint. The night we fled Bolivar, I told you why I wanted to come back. Revenge. I saw that old bastard through my scope just now. He's at the head of the pack. I won't let him go. But we all have our own obsessions when it comes to Laterano, Nuda. Oh boy. It's strange seeing the basilica devoid of people. Follow me, please, Arturia. Here it is. The pillars of scripture. Between these two pillars is a slab engraved with the saints' travels. Press the halos of the saints' statues in the same order as listed on the slab, then push this wall. I have reported to His Holiness here many times before, but I never noticed this hidden mechanism. Maybe because you have never doubted Laterano. I hope what you are about to see will not sway your faith. Oh? I'm looking forward to it already. Here comes the entrance. Endoin followed the Pope down here once. I remember that time. They had passed the buried bones of saints, past steles and statues showcasing their deeds, walked through thousands of years of Laterano before arriving at the end of history. But oh, this area is distorting. Endoin suspects his memories are still in disarray. The former white of the corridor is gone, entirely replaced with a door, cold sheen of iron. Statues of saints still line the path, but bizarrely shaped lumps of machinery protrude from the walls, engulfing their arms, eyes, and legs. It seems like the devils have had their way with our history. I thank you for your warning, Andoin. I would have been much more surprised otherwise. No, this place has changed. Andoin furrows his brow. Off in the distance he sees a red light blinking faintly. He knows what it is. Do you see that red light? That's where we're going, but we should only be seeing it much further down this corridor. Stay alert. Oh! A cloaked guard suddenly appears. The moment he sees Federico, he starts firing. There is no room for negotiation. Alert! Repeat, alert. Intruders sighted. Eliminating on sight. An ear-piercing siren begins to wail as more and more guards file into the trio's field of view, their blurry visages hid beneath their cloaks like spirits in the shadow. While their halos shine all the more dazzling. The guards protecting the shrine of Nursery in the dream are now here. This means we are in the right place. Stand behind me. This isn't the dream. It's obviously still reality, so why'd all the color... It's been erased. Priestess. It's quiet here. You won't be disturbed by all the commotion over there. She stands at the corner looking out across the deadly silence, completely unguarded against you. But I don't like it, Matrix. It's perhaps too quiet. But we have no other choice, do we? She's not limiting me, Doctor. Amia's not here. I can't guarantee I can hold her off, but I'll do my best. Relax, you're safe. I won't allow you to be disturbed by the chaos these sanctors caused. I thought you were still locked up in Rhode Island. That doesn't matter compared to what's currently on my mind. Entering attack mode. Sorry, Doctor. She might have shown up because of me. I never thought she'd catch on to me when I tried to access PCS. Did you cause this calamity? Calamity? I only see the evolution of a species. The pointless struggle of life. Everything happening in Laterano right now is a product of PCS's autonomous derivatives. Derivations. All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning it to its original purpose. Of course, it has adapted to the program. It has adapted to the progress of the Originium project since. Speaking of progress, ours has slowed far behind projections, Matrix. Original purpose? Good to know you haven't lost your curiosity. PCS was an experiment developed using bionics, though we were never able to understand its true nature. There was also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used. It was an experiment developed using bionics. Oh, so that's called PCS. That's the law. It's PCS. Though we were never able to understand its true nature, there was also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used. But in the face of grim disaster, it was still brought into service ahead of schedule. It can reduce barriers to communication and strengthen the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personality. Personality and cognitive synchronization. This offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It has been gathering dust since it was left behind on Terra, but as you know, Matrix, it is still far from operating to its full potential. Oh. Though we were never able to understand its true nature. Wait, who the fuck developed? There was also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used, but in the face of grim disasters, I'm assuming there's something with the overseers or something. That's all I know. It's like the one little tidbit of lore I've seen some people mention, and I got spoiled. It can reduce barriers to communication and strengthen the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personality. This offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It's been gathering dust since it was left behind. Right, I forget sometimes. There's a wider galactic civilization out there that has... what's it called? That has tasked us, the Doctor and Priestess, the Linguist, with certain things and trying to combat the so-called Overseers, which led to a cumulative, you could say, progression in science, so to speak, and multiple experiments, which resulted in Seaborn, not exactly the Collapsals, but Seaborn, the Law, and some other things. You mentioned it adapting to the Originium project's progress. Don't get excited, Matrix. I'll explain everything. However, your new companion seems like she has something to say to you. Bad news, Doctor. I can't find a way out of here. If a goal is still Originium, this might be the future of Laterano. As keen as intuition as ever, but one that lacks basic knowledge. This is just a vision of a possible future I conjured up for you using the PCS system. No more time, no more color, a place locked in eternal stasis. It's rare for us to have a chance to walk together, Matrix. Come. Leave behind these conflicts that have nothing to do with you. You didn't expect me to show up here either. I sense hate in your voice. I understand. It's because of AMA 10, your calcit. You left in such a hurry last time, you still have many doubts you have not yet cleared. While I have many conjectures, I must confirm with you. Something's strange about the way she's acting. Her expression's different from when she was back on the deck. I could try and attack. Put away those talons. I respect that you have given yourself a name, monster, but I understand your fundamental underpinnings better than you do. If you want AMA 10 back, I can help you. Matrix, you know where to find me. I know that's what you want too, monster. Ah. Don't get taken in by a monster. This isn't her real body. You've always clung to the connection between matter and reality. Originium is the language we created, so naturally, I can use it to make my words heard by whoever I want. It is so for you, and it is so for that machine. What? In response to me, it propagated, then created an even larger cache to perform a new round of calculations. What the hell is going on here? The machine operates on its installed logic, seeking the continuation of itself and its community that has achieved emotional resonance. But in your haste, you decided this was an error to be stopped. Even those sanctors regard it as a rejection from the law. Follow me, Matrix. Witness a true crisis with your own eyes. A true crisis? Every department of the Curia has its own offices, and the Basilica is merely ceremonial. There should not be such a complex space beneath it. You must perform one final round of testing. What testing are we talking about? You said you went down a one-way passage before, right, Endoan? But we have changed direction 6 times and now we're here again. 7, actually. We head back. The 3 of them return to their former position at platform, one where the white of the church bells with the black of the machinery went only streaked with the red light emanating from an unknown source. Disorder, chaos, imbalance, danger. No matter if from an architectural or religious point of view, shape and structure here has lost all meaning. They cannot stop themselves from wondering if they are still in Laterano. I love this. I absolutely adore this. Federico and Arturia stop walking at the same time. This is an exceedingly familiar experience. Before they met the Witch King, they wandered an infinite flight of stairs. There is no need to go any further. This is a derived structure that did not originally exist. While I do not know the principles or processes behind it, it has without a doubt warped space here. We are in an incomprehensible maze. He's preventing us from approaching. Who? The god of the Sancta, the answer to everything. Or as we call it, the law. Don't expose our position, Fede. I don't sense any human emotions coming from them. Are they really Sanctors, or are they machines here to tidy up the maze? They're most likely the same as the organisms above ground. If ordinary Sanctors attack them, they will fall. The deeper we go, the more of them there are, and the stronger their empathy becomes. We beat back a wave of them, and that just draws in another. We'll end up completely overwhelmed. The procession is moving at a fast pace, and we will not need much time to arrive at the Basilica. It is highly unlikely Cardinal Lemon's team will be able to stop their advance completely. Man! I'm torn. A personal rant here. I'm gonna go off. So, recently, if anyone would know, Blender 5.0 released, which is, yay! Continuation of the best 3D software, which is also open source, by the way, to make animations or any other 3D things that you would want to make, right? I have been getting tempted to at least fiddle around with it a little, maybe use it in ways that could enhance my content whenever I decide to edit a video. Right? And at the same time, I am fucking torn with reading some things from psychology and some things from philosophy. Well, more so leaning towards philosophy. And I'm like, bro, there's so much to do in the month of December for my channel, for other stuff, for the Discord, that I'm like, when the fuck am I gonna start these two things? And for like the more than a past week, I'm constantly just, ideas are popping into my head, some things that I want to do, that I would like to do in Blender, and it's just like, now I'm understanding a tiny part of the creative frustration that creatives have when these are all the ideas in your head, but you don't have any way of realizing it yet, and you have to wait. Oh man. We must learn the entire truth about this calamity. You have wasted too much time already. And have free time to do it, but I hesitate to do it for some reason. That's the single one. That's the single biggest thing that stops you. You have to push that hesitation aside and do it. Because even I hesitate a bit when I'm editing a video, not because I find video editing for the most part to be a little boring, and it takes up a lot of time. So my mind is like, well, that time can be used for making maybe some better thumbnails and maybe just streaming more. But I'm like, oh, wait, no, I also need to manage the Discord. It's just a lot of... The one thing I'm lacking, it's going to sound like a way... completely irrelevant complaint. It's just time management skills, man. It's hard to manage your time. Then you actually need to do stuff, and you have to dedicate time to other things as it goes on. You are civi... Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I'll be right back. Right. Oh, right. The mic was already on. I was trying to turn it on. Man, even sometimes I forget. But complete silence. I forgot that there was complete silence. And I left to go somewhere. I'm just warming up water again. In 2 minutes, I'll check back on it. It's like a game I play, but each section of it will cost me like 100 dead for a 20. What? For a 20-second section. I enjoy it, but it's still not ready enough to face the pain, despite already spending 70 hours of pain in the game. Ah. Well, you can decide for yourself when you are ready to spend it, when you're ready for the pain, I guess. You are severely wounded. Ah, gotcha. I'll leave the patrols to the two of you. But when it comes to pathfinding, I happen to be rather good at that. Hey, humble brag. Light gathers in Andoan's palm. Arts? Hey, let's go! Thank you, Andoan. You shouldn't go far, Senior. Jaime, I didn't see you all day. I only found out you came to the beach after asking around. I just wanted to find something to eat. Didn't think the sea fog would be this thick. Even if there wasn't any fog, pirates roam these parts. You shouldn't leave Rocamaria just because you feel like it. At least ask me to come with you next time. Alright. Speaking of, was that your arts just now? The fog was so dense I couldn't even see my own shoes. I thought I'd be lost forever, but then a ray of light came by. I thought someone managed to repair the local lighthouse or something. Is named Pathfinder for a reason. Oh man, I'm loving that we're getting every single one of these plot lines are connecting, and these threads, and more questions are getting answered about these characters that I was interested in. The water should be warmed up. I'll be right back. Warm water. Always love it. Alright, back to the game. Okay. Let's continue. Hey everybody, if you're enjoying this, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. And I really appreciate all the support I can get. It's just short of some subs to reach 500 subs. I'd appreciate if you could help me reach that goal towards the start of December. Alright, self-promo aside, I only did once for this entire stream so far. No need to be so dramatic. I'm just glad I managed to help you. But Andoan, I heard your people use guns, custom-made ones. I also heard your homeland, that place called Laterano, is a universal paradise. My home is Rock Maria. I was born here and raised here, Senior Jamie. Let's go home. I'll carry the food. The light parts the mist, dawn mist, and I query as the line of sight is blocked. I will show the way. Now's your chance, Fiametta. Got him. Lemon monster must sweep the battlefield. Understood, Captain. Not bad, Undoing. Keeping a trick up your sleeve like that. There's way too many bandits in this gang. Without your arts, we wouldn't have been able to resolve things this quickly. It was just an unconscious reaction. It got me and the others out of trouble a few times before I got my guardian gun. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to find Laterano. I nearly forgot you only got your gun the day you joined the Pontifical Cohorts, but you're pretty good with it. Can't tell you've never used it before. It's a part of a Lateran's life, isn't it? I should be practiced with it. Besides, as I've found out recently, guns and halos are what keep Laterano invincible. It doesn't need this glimmer of mine. Talking about that stuff again, Andoin? Sorry. This operation's gone pretty off the rails compared to the original plan from the Pontifical Cohorts. Should we write up the detail as is? Whatever, I'm sure you'll polish up the final report. They're gonna do the Mario backward jump on the stairs. But what about the places outside Laterano? How many Rocamarias, how many lonely islands are there beyond the reach of the faith? I cannot forget. I can see. Andoin? Oh, he actually... Oh my god! He actually saw the... This gives so much context for a lot of his actions, because it was like, what the fuck did he see on that day? It was the origin of the Sancta. Is it Laterano or... No, there's no difference. If through the spiritual light even the darkest stain can be cleansed, if with a pious heart even a savage monster can wade out of the mud, does that not mean there are no lonely islands beyond the reach of the faith? Then why is it that all I've seen, everyone I've known, couldn't be saved? There must be something missing, something I overlooked. A path. Not a power, not a place, but simply a path. A path that leads from present torments to future salvation. Also loving the Hordesty escapismo music here. If you can show me the future, then you must know the path that leads to it. Tell me. Show it to me. The Colossus of Nothingness swims through gaps in space-time. It does not respond to Andoin. The details of that strange yet oh so real sight began to warp and flow with its silence, and everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds. No. I need to know more. Can you hear what I'm saying, Andoin? Put that thing down. No, Lemon. You don't know what I saw. I can't stop here. I can't stop here. Light burst forth from Andoin's hand, like a plant rushing headlong into season, blooming as if about to wither. He wants to part the clouds. He wants to see the revelation in all clarity. He wants to grasp onto the possibility. From then on, once more did he set foot on a journey, bearing sin and evil upon his back. He guided foreign believers to Laterano, searching for an answer. But he had no time to share what he saw, the truth that nearly shook him to his core. He had walked so many paths, yet what was the one thing that remained constant? He will always remember that year, the year the salt wind buried his home, the emotions he bore in his heart as he left Rockmaria. That was the starting point of his journey. The sounds of the executor fighting the patrols do not stop, and Owen does not hold back as he casts his arts, an endless font of light flowing from his body, winding its way into the depths of the maze. Rather than a harsh light, it is gentle, perhaps even dim, like a sunlight caressing a patch of autumn leaves, tracing the paths through which they fall. He asks himself, Pathfinder, where does this path end? Until finally, A glaring red light cuts off his arts. Here it is. Once he saw this alongside young Glista 11th. Once he found himself shaken. The light is more icy, more piercing, more dangerous than before. But Andoan does not close his eyes. He knows that cold machine is his lord, his god, the foundation of his faith. Andoan faces God. He does not turn away. He has sought and he has lost. He has pondered and he has doubted. A sharp pain runs through him, and it only takes a moment for his vision to go dark, but at the same time, he hears God's answer. Damn, alright. Interpretation! MT9 after operation, I think. I can only provide first aid right now. Andoan, unrestrained usage of luminescent originium arts has irreparably damaged your optic nerves. I do not have the ability to heal these injuries. Once conditions allow for it, you need medical treatment. Don't worry. The path ahead was already revealed itself. We don't need eyes to see the way. Oh no! I mean, it's very fitting for him to go blind, but still. Follow the cursor running along the ground. This maze is too complex and I cannot maintain my arts for very long. Let us go. It's here. Even if this is not the source of the calamity, what lies behind the door may be able to give us answers. Follow me, Arturia. Frederico does not receive a response. Ever since he caught up with her outside the Shrine of Nursery, she has been exceedingly cooperative. Yep. But now the black-haired Sancta stands several steps behind him, gracefully drawing her bow across his cello strings, with no intention of following him. I really do intend to escape this time, Betty. Andoan is hurt, and you're alone. There's no better opportunity than this, is there? We have arrived at the door to the truth, Arturia. You know that your actions lack meaning. Truth? Meaning? Perhaps. You really are the best of the executors. A walking law book, the first saint from outside the ranks of popes, truly worthy of the code name Executor. Your rationality, your callousness, even the doubts you hold about these two traits of yours are all in service to the continuation of the law. If that is what the holy city itself is, maybe you're the only one who can understand him. As for you, Senior Andoan, you'll have to forgive me. It was never part of my plan, but when you were using your arts earlier, I inevitably touched upon the whispers of your heart. It is complex, more complex than those of the many people I know, but not particularly unusual. An overly inflexible melody leads them all to become adaptations or repetitions of the same tune, they say. Your beginning and your end both lie in Laterano, but you may find yourself alone at that point. Ah, I beg your pardon if you have taken offense. Arturia, this offense you speak of, was it not a chance for me to perform a different sort of confession? As for those last words of yours, I would rather treat them as a blessing. They stand as proof that I have reached the end. Oh, what an interesting answer. Arturia turns away. Not everyone is so obsessed with the truth and meaning behind Laterano. At the very least, I'm not that interested. I got a little peek at him just now. Behind that door lies a machine, right? Yes. In that case, the answer is bound to be boring. Think back to our time in Swellingstone, Fede. A calamity of similar scale struck the city, and in the chaos, people lost their way or struggled and raged. At this very moment, there are millions of hearts in the Laterano that demand appreciation. If you turn away now, Arturia, it means you will have to face our enemies in this maze alone. You need someone to lure them away, don't you? Your Patreon firearm is lost. You have no way to defend yourself. Perhaps I can find a way to turn them into my audience? Don't worry about me, Fede. The Lateran did designate me a dangerous element. Situation assessment, high risk, probability of survival low. Executor's decision. You may leave. Time waits for nobody, you two. If you don't plan on leaving yourselves, no need to see me off. Well then, farewell, my beloved little freighter. All that point to facing, just to say you want us to go help the courier? Well, marks for listening comprehension. No way. Eh? It's not our responsibility, Mostamer. Half of the people here were kicked out of Laterano by the courier in the first place. Maybe it was because they fell or because of our apathy. As for the other half, they chose to leave Laterano, whether out of despair or doubt. Not that it really matters. Then why come back now? Because our halo is starting acting weird and breaking. Is that so hard to understand? You're not a part of Laterano anymore. Alieni, even. Doesn't matter if you chose to leave or if you were forced to. We're all cut our connections with this city. But even after all these years, its changes still affects us, and they just never stop. Spursime, damn. Spursime, damn. This stupid halo, damn it. Sounds like there's no way to resolve all your complaints, even if we got every Notorian Hall executor out here. That's why we came back, to settle things. Did I tell you to save anything? What? My sob story is that I fell during an accident in the line of duty, and after that I became a legatus. Mostly so I don't have to stay in Laterano all the time. I'm 100% a Linus too. There's no one else who understands you better right now. Let me see. Maybe the glitchy halos you got you seeing Laterano in an extra bad light, spurring you to come back. If you came back out of hate or pain or despair, then you'd best come with me to block that procession. Because the people who caused that hate, that pain, that despair, they're in that crowd over there. Go ahead, use bullets, explosions, whatever. Get your revenge however you like. Just make sure to give them a hard time. You're all talk, Mostamer. Dart, you found me out. But something's gotta be done. Besides, you're already here, aren't you? Oh boy. She was I did love that little scene with Arturia, the CG, where she was completely uninterested because the law is a machine. Like, her interest stopped. It jumped off a cliff after knowing the law was a machine. She does not give a fuck anymore. Hey, Nuda. Yes? Keep going down this alley, then find an old empty house to hole up in. It's not a good idea for a lone nun and a bunch of kids to run around the place. This place is a decent distance from where the procession's headed. Monsters probably won't come running here. Are you and your friends also going to help save Laterano, Petia? Us pathfinders aren't that noble. But our leader's chosen to wade into the depths of this disaster. We can't exactly sit back and watch, can we? He told us the place he was going wasn't suited for numbers, so we'd do what we can out here. As for you, sister, I'll protect the children, no matter if they are from Laterano or Bolivar. Fervent prayers. These freaks started chittering like mad the moment the tower bell stopped ringing. It pisses me off. I don't care what your sales pitch is. I don't want a stupid Halo. I don't want a stupid Halo. Again, fervent praying. Hey. I swear, these fakes just keep coming and coming. You've got 3 seconds to get out of there, Fiametta. 3 seconds? Hey, how am I? They're like crazy advertisers. How's that? Got you in the nick of time. Do you think everyone can go as fast as you or something? Never mind. The situation up ahead, it's a complete mess. Even the Tower of Revelation's bell has gone silent. We've lost Pegasus. Alessia. They'll be in Pegasus Mycelian soon. If that monster can flatten one of our barricades with a single stomp, I don't think the Notorian Hall's defenses will be much use. Blocking them's no good. If we can't use more destructive methods, we might not be able to slow them down at all. Agreed. So, where's your reinforcements? Let's get moving, Amiki. I'm sure you've all been to Mycelian before. Might have been for the firearms workshop, might have been for the Notorian Hall. The last thing many of you fallen angels did before getting kicked out of Laterano was probably handing over your guardian gun to the authorities. Then you would have seen those gun-tooting statues around the doors of every workshop. Come to think of it, the Notorian Hall's got a pair of cannons at theirs. Oh, wait, we don't have the right permissions to get those statues to fire. That's something for Lemon to solve. Alright, get those statues knocked over and their guns pointed at the street. Let's make up for all these gunshots we haven't heard over the years. Holy smokes! Your skin can stop bullets. Talk about thick skin. Of course, Exia will always be Exia, no matter the situation. Man, an entire volley didn't even scratch you. Last time I felt like this, I was gaming with the boss. He went around back and cranked up the difficulty to max. Couldn't clear it even after spending all night on it. Sure was discouraging. Discouraging? Hardly. What I see is that your attitude and emotions are unaffected by the shattering of your halo. Stand atop my shoulder, child. Huh? From the Tower of Revelations to the Notorian Hall in Pegasus Mycelian, every lamp along the road has lit up. Our newborn comrades are bringing light to the city little by little. Like our journey countless eons ago. For the sake of true paradise, we crossed treacherous ravines and traversed barren wastes, searching for the slumbering silver mounds. Bullets not work against competent opponents. Black silence. The only difference is that this time, we are certain he's there. Salvation is our inevitable endpoint. Laterano shall never fall into night. To move onwards is the only choice the city has now. Yet you still wish to resist an entire procession, an entire race, an entire city by yourself? Ah, I finally get to hear life's most relaxing sound. Now this is Laterano. Say, if I really am on my own, then where'd that explosion come from? Smug Exu. I might not know who I'm fighting alongside, but I'll leave the monster hunting to them. As for what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep you company the whole way through. What exactly is Calamity? What exactly is the future? And why exactly have you decided what you're doing is salvation, or the only choice? Going to help her? No need. She's just dealing with a stubborn child. We're stopping the procession from advancing. Mostema and Fiammetta have banded together with a group of fresh returnees. As for Antoine and Federico, we don't know where they or their group are. Once more must I stand against those I hold dear. Life is such a fickle thing. Reverend Petrizion? Just focus on your work, Valev. I've managed to build a repertoire with the Enlightenment creatures, and I've shown them our route. Our empathies become stronger and more distinct, almost like it's not even empathy anymore. If it is as the matriarch, no, the saint said, then this is what empathy should really be. Which means what she showed us before was true. Calamity really does exist, and only through these extreme methods can Laterano be saved. But right now, the dream has collapsed after all. This chaos is only temporary. Continue onwards. It can no longer be stopped. We must ensure the saint reaches the basilica that way. She can continue with the nativity after it was so rudely interrupted. We still have time to make an even better Laterano, to take care of everything that stands in our way. What is it? It's been a while, you old bastard. You'd best stop right there. I have your throat in my sights. A while indeed, Orella. Oh, let's go. Let's go. In the deepest depths of the basilica, at the end of the labyrinth, the final door opens wide for Federico and Andoan. Behind the door, a cold machine shaped like a ring sits in the dead center of a platform. A strange red glare seeps out of its innards, spewing across every inch of the room, accompanied by an audible buzzing. Sure signs of calculation. Your Holiness? Beneath the platform, the older man stands in silence. He stands with his eyes shut tight, his robes covered in a thick layer of dust. There is no reaction as the pair approach, not the slightest hint of movement from him, as if he were unseeing, unhearing rock. But with his cracked, peeling lips still quiver, he murmurs to himself, yet cannot utter a single sound. The sitting Pope, Evangelista 11th, stands silently before God. Clear signs of aphasia and neurodegeneration. Preliminary judgment, His Holiness' body and mind are on the brink of collapse. But the dream covering the city has crumbled. Why is he not awake? Maybe he came here for the same reason we did. He just hasn't found the answer he's looking for yet. Interactive Simulation 31 failed. Prior emergency response mechanisms expired. Retrieving suitable list of names. Younglista 11th expended. Federico Galio and Doan Agathangelos signal stable. Judgment able to assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Suitable? Does it have something to do with your title of saint? But why me then? Suitable candidates are particular individuals situated on the edge of the calculation module. Required as samples for participation in interactive simulation to verify model integrity. His Holiness discussed my sainthood with me several times, but he never elaborated on the details. Perhaps he was also unsure as to what the true duties of a saint are. But if the law sees us as suitable candidates, entrusting us with a specific duty, then saint or not, we are now responsible for it. Interactive simulation authorization released. Bottom level data region authorization released. PCS authorization released. Permission to enter granted. Federico Galio and Doan Agathangelos. PCS will synchronize any requirement prerequisite information with you. Now, approach. And the machine's voice echoes around the room. It is steady, unvarying, untarnished by emotion or gender, yet it still contains an indescribable sense of might and authority. Now that I've come this far, do I still seek answers from him? Maybe he seeks answers from us, since we are particular individuals, his samples. Situation assessment unknown. Risk assessment unknown. Executor's decision. We proceed. Oh my god. The two Sanctus walk side by side past the young Glista 11th toward the cold machine, toward two shining ports. Oh man. Holy shit. Birth. MT10, let's go, baby. I am so engrossed into all of this. It's crazy. There is no complicated ceremony, no tedious process to undergo. Federico looks at the frigid information port. All it takes is a flicker of his halo to reveal an infinity of sights. Halos can transfer this much information this quickly. Neither medical texts nor ancient scriptures have ever described this phenomenon. From antiquity, halos have only ever transferred simple emotions through the process we call empathy. That's the true purpose of the halos. It's not just emotional linking. That's actually, at its most fundamental, information transfer. The highest amount of information transfer that an individual can accomplish and take in. Why is that? Interaction target information handling capacity insufficient. Pre-interaction information conversion required. Personality and cognitive synchronization. It's cognitive synchronization. Oh, it's... Oh. I thought... Wait, why are you repeating that? You know, I had a thought in my head, Gintako, that... Why were you repeating that? I never put two and two together that PCS just meant personality and cognitive synchronization. Bruh. I did not know that was the full form of PCS. Performing information conversion during interaction may cause damage to information processor of interaction target, leading to temporary and or permanent disability. And Doan again Gelios is currently in this condition. Federico looks to his side, and Doan is slumped to the floor in dismay, his eyes clouded, dried rivulets of blood frame his features in a worrying manner. For a moment he struggles to lift his head, once more pointing his halo at the port, and once more he feebly hangs his head. And Doan, according to this machine, or rather the law, you cannot handle any further information. Your prior overuse of Originium arts has already had an adverse effect on your body. You are to stop attempting to access the machine immediately before you cause permanent damage to yourself. Oh my god. More information? No, I still haven't seen anything. I still don't know anything. But this should not be. Why? These past 10 years, all this suffering, all these sins. Was it just to meet with a silent god? I can't stop here, Federico. Once more, Andoan again, D'Angelo stubbornly raises his halo towards the machine. The child. Is this yet another dream? It's not. The law will not construct a dreamscape for you alone. Federico chose to communicate with the law in its own language, while you cannot understand it, nor are you willing to accept such an impersonal tongue. It is you who, word by word, line by line, translated this language into what we see now. If this is not a dream, then why are you still alive? Because you wanted me to live, Nurturer. I set off that bomb myself, you were there. Not only did you want me to live, you had great expectations of me. What? You hoped I would live a happy life. You hoped I would break through the dome of the shrine of nurtury, that I would fly up and touch the sky. You hoped to see my feathers shine in the sunlight, to see my talons clasp frolicking musk beasts. You looked up the tallest tree in Terra on the intercity net, didn't you? You thought that since I'm an arbor beast, I would much rather climb a real tree than comfort bells. I did. Atop the mountains of Sami and amidst the forests of Bolivar, there are great trees straight out of legend, stouter than the Tower of Revelations, taller than the Basilica. I really did think about bringing you to see them. On the net I saw the arbor beast up in the canopy crying out to the sun. I wanted to see you cry out in carefree joy just like them. Because it has been deemed to be a sancta, it can now be connected to the PCS can connect different sanctas and beasts as well. Man. You're getting into some very interesting territory. Where did things go wrong from there? When did you stop treating me as a real life? You know, don't you? The funeral. My mother's funeral. No matter. Come with me. This time we shall leave behind no regrets. What do you mean? Is the funeral still going on? The funeral shall never end. He is unresponsive. Is he suffering from the same condition as the Pope? Negative. Endoin Egathangelos is still suitable and is currently pre-processing information. Federico Giallo, prerequisite information synchronization complete. Now, assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Federico has expressed doubt, has even been shaken by past events, but he has never once questioned the law. After all, saints implement the law, which executors enforce it, as is right and good. But now, facing the law itself, he feels only confusion. I still have doubts. The ultimate purpose of the law is to grant halos to all organic and inorganic matter, this I know. But choosing the summit of nations as the method of achieving this, is this the decree of the law? Affirmative. It's far too inefficient and its feasibility is questionable. The summit was meant to found a Terra-wide religion, something unprecedented in the civilized history of this land. Mere proposals, negotiations, and revelations of miracles would be insufficient to achieve this. Not to mention that according to the information I just received, the moment the very first sancta received their halos, they abandoned their TCAS mission without the slightest hesitation. If my understanding of the halo is correct, bestowing one on an individual is completely unrelated to their faith, the summit of nations, the nativity, these may both be based on an unnecessary precondition. I must confirm, what is the true nature of the halo? And what is the law, or rather, your self-designation of PCS? PCS, Personality and Cognitive Synchronization System. That confirms it. My understanding is correct. Since the law is able to synchronize personalities and knowledge, why not simply synchronize everything directly? First, Circumstellar Habitual Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. The synchronization or revisions of personality or cognition must be initiated by the target, accepting such synchronization or revision. First, Circumstellar Habitual Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. This is the guideline of the law. The synchronization or revision of personality or cognition must be initiated by the target accepting said synchronization or revision. Convention, a form of regulation. Is the law restricted by any other regulations? Who established this convention? What mechanism ensures it is followed? The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists. Oh! A regulation that nobody can enforce is pointless. A law unrestricted by this regulation should be able to ignore principles and break taboos. Which means I still require an answer. Why were halos used only for empathy before all this? The answer I obtained earlier was that a majority of humans rationally are unable to withstand the direct transformation of information via halo. Yeah? But using emotion as the vector of information transfer is even more vague and inefficient, while also being greater burden on the receiver. Is there a possibility that the issue isn't people lacking the ability to receive information, but rather... Enrico pauses for a moment. But rather that emotion blocks their ability to process this information? If the law that regulates everyone is a system and a machine, why does he choose to retain humanity's emotions? Why retain our humanity? Great fucking question, Frederico. You're literally the only person who can talk face to face and question the law at this minute. I love you, man. And I love the situation the story has put you through. Oh my god. This is the other thing I love about Arknights. It will rationalize the absurd and weave it into its plot like it's the next natural darn thing. And you're the insane one to question it. That's what I absolutely love about Arknight storytelling. Even if I separate from the hope in a desolate world of always moving forward theme that I very much love about Arknights as a prime, as a prime enjoyer of that theme. This is the other thing that I absolutely love about Arknight storytelling. It will implement the absurd as if that was rational. And sprinkle in emotions, humanity, and all these greater themes to work through the absurdity. It's amazing. Anyways, I'll be right back. Just give me a minute or two. Alright, we're back. We're back for more. I want to finish this. Definitely my favorite event so far. For sure. We're finishing it today, of course. Alright. Let's continue, shall we? We have been walking a very long time now. We've only just started. Normally a man would hope for his journey to be a little longer. But nothing's changing as we walk. Patience. You'll be seeing something familiar very soon. As if in response to the other bees, Awabi's words, a shabby cart bearing a thin coffin shudders as it passes by the side of the road, the wind playing a mournful dirge as it blows across the coffin's lid. That coffin, I've seen it before. A sarcast they called Hero was buried in it. I've told many people this story, I still remember, that he gave up his life to save everyone in town. Yeah! Even though before he did so, he was a dirty, filthy drunkard spurned by all. He told this story, and told the story in Guide Ahead, I remember. He didn't stay in that village for very long. He never knew that whenever he drank, he would go about the houses in turn, vomiting over their doors, all while never paying his debts. Even if he had borrowed the life savings of others, people would scream things like moron and lowlife at him, but in his eyes, he was getting off lightly. When he told his story to the children, did you ever wonder why he so abruptly decided to do such a noble deed that night, a deed the likes of which he had never done before in his entire life? I never figured out why. Perhaps he had undergone an endless bout of inner struggle and self-questioning, or maybe it was just the urge for a bit of goodwill he couldn't shake. All I know is that he didn't do it to be a hero. He died after all. It doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes anything about him anymore. Those only have meaning for the living. True, good and bad, reputation is beyond the care of the dead. But isn't the process of going to your death also a part of life? Those who do not fear death can do the most heinous things. During their most carefree of days, rare is the man who will stop to examine himself, where his eyes are fixated on a future filled with limitless possibility. But there will come a day that the fog of death ambushes him, a fog that cannot be thrown off, no matter how he struggles. And there will come a day that he will, in exhaustion, accept the fate. The reminder of his time will be his journey to the afterlife. From that moment onwards, to live is to approach death. That rainy night, that dirty, filthy, sarcastic drunkard, when he saw that coffin atop the cart and the figure at the town gates, he knew that was his one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. To him it was not vanity, but relief. Perhaps so, but there are always people who do not look towards their deaths. Are there? Not you, at the very least. Otherwise you would not value a funeral so. He once told me in all earnestness that my mother gave the last of her strength to me. You cared if she died with love in her heart. Because life on, ye. You went out of your way to arrange a funeral for her at the Asilia Requitem. You cared if she received a proper burial. You even cared if you were feeling sad enough at her funeral. How could you not care about how you will face your own death? I have my path to walk. I have never thought about when death will come for me, or how I should greet it as I follow my path. Because you still believe your path has meaning. A muddled bray overcomes the Aboby's shrill voice. A sinister monster bearing sharp horns and claws creeps along a faraway ridge atop a mountain. Behind it, several dozen monsters of similar physique jolt against each other, growling as they do, relentlessly falling behind their leader. This is that revelation. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. They have no halos above their heads, yet they still walk towards a future where all can be saved. I must go. I must see what road they follow. But you're about to go to the funeral with me, aren't you? You want to make up for past regrets, right past wrongs, to look upon me as truly alive once again, to give me the happy life I deserve. Is that not so? But you said the funeral will never end. If it's just a momentary distraction, I must go. No need to explain yourself. This is how you've always been, always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. So go see what you're searching for truly is. Go see what you're searching for truly is. At the end of the trail of thorns, the Pathfinder stumbles his way towards revelation. but time overtakes them. Before his eyes, the pack of fearsome monsters sprout halos and wings of light, like newborn beastlings dazzling in their brilliance. The pack leader no longer creeps along the ground. She stands, her jet black skin peeling away, fluttering through the air like snowflakes. With every step she takes, her form becomes clearer until Endoan recognizes her from behind. It's a sight she can never forget. I mean, that's the franchise, which is grimdark, and it just... sorry, that's the franchise that coined the term grimdark, because nothing as dark as that existed beforehand. Kef? That's Kef? Why? Kef. A lantern name meaning hollow stone or stone-bound law. The first saint of Laterano who named herself after her encounter with the law. However, this ancient name she gave herself has been buried deep within the annals of history alongside her true faith. So the future I worked so hard to find, that future where all are saved, was just a path deliberately buried. It was just the road we came in on. Always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. You did not stop at sacrificing yourself. You sacrificed Lemwin. You sacrificed Mostem and Fiametta. You sacrificed your brothers and sisters of the Pathfinders. You sacrificed me. And all this time you never even knew where this path paved with sacrifice led. All you had was blind faith. Tell me, Nurturer, do you want to save everyone, or do you think only of consoling yourself? Damn. The burb is basically the laying bare. A similar tale to that sarcasm drunkard, isn't it? Your so-called path is merely your one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. You think only of saving yourself. No matter, I can offer you even greater salvation. Look, you've arrived at the burial ground. Oh, of course, it's Originium. However, this is not my mother's funeral. It's not only yours either. Rather, it is the funeral of all things. The Originium universe. Oh, hey. Right, we're back here now. This place is kinda scary, Doctor. No signs of life. You look at the figure ahead of you, not too close, yet not too far away. She calmly records all the data worth recording wherever she goes. Occasionally, she will stop somewhere, furrowing her brow without saying a word. Can you confirm the situation, Monster? I tried to reconnect to the machine, but all the ports have been blocked. We can infer that she still possesses some degree of control over our current predicament. Sorry, Doctor, I'm just as confused as you are. Basically, we're trapped. Strange thing is, she doesn't seem like she'll do anything to us. It's like she cares more about gathering that data I can't understand. Is there the possibility, Doctor, that she can't do anything to us? Do you see the ever-changing buildings around us? The city known as Laterano is currently experiencing dramatic upheaval, and traces of the damage it has taken will occasionally be mapped onto here. Changes in information and reality should not be overwriting data inside Originium. This plan still has flaws. Should not be overwriting data inside Originium. So you never cared about Sancta? I see there's still a great deal of misunderstanding between us, Matrix. I believe I can now answer your prior questions. The ones pertaining to the precious results you managed to obtain alongside the shared vision pieced together by we countless many. Right now, under my instructions, PCS is reaching its theoretical operational capacity. This means it is able to include even more targets in the same language system, far beyond any army or research team, but rather a multitude of races. Through this, connections can be strengthened, barriers can be broken, differences can be eliminated. That's not such a bad thing. Not the Sancta, not for all life on Terra. You're sounding like some kind of advocate for interracial harmony. I can't deny that, though we would benefit as well, of course. I didn't calibrate PCS to churn out soldiers or scientists we can order about. Such a plan would collapse at the slightest hint of true disaster. Originium is our only solution. Needlessly complex biological information will only serve to slow its progress, but PCS has the ability to unify the races into an integrated whole. It can merge the countless lives of Terra into a singular race who will pave the way for the expansion of Originium. As for whether this unified race can still be considered Sancta, I don't particularly care. It seems PCS is rather set on this outcome, going so far as to autonomously perform many unnecessary inferences for it to come to pass. It should not have this degree of independence, perhaps a side effect of the sudden increase in throughput, or an abnormality caused by its long period of disuse. If we have the chance, we can spend some time looking into it as a fun diversion, but not right now. I really don't think she's hiding anything, Doctor. Hiding? Rather than allowing you to fool around and break my samples, Matrix, I think it would be better if I showed you around personally, just like old times. The woman reaches her hand out towards you. She retracts her hand, then turns to continue onwards. None of this will stop, Matrix. Aren't you interested to see the ultimate outcome? Damn, okay! She knew you would follow her. Something's wrong, Doctor. I recorded the route we followed to come here. From the Shrine of Nurtury to the Tower of Revelations, then on to the Notorian Hall in Pegasus, Acalian, which means the Sunset Chapel is up ahead. Federico mentioned this route to me once during a chat. And then there's those unusual scents of destruction around us. They keep being mapped out here, which means the chaos in Laterano is still ongoing. We have been walking alongside them in a whole different dimension. The moment you become cognizant of this, you see the stillness of the city begin to break. Motion blossoms across the scene in stutter-freeze frames. Battle, explosions, prayer, chanting. Oh! Interesting! You see Exia. You see that hollowed monstrosity. You cannot tell if this scene has arisen because of your presence or if she has deigned to allow you to see it. You should be able to clear your thoughts this way in a safer manner. The place you seek is ahead, the location of PCS, as well as the destination of the Sancta Pilgrims. The countdown has begun, Matrix. Oh boy. Oh boy! Seriously, not even time for a breather? Keep it quick, Fiametta. I'll cover you while you're reloading. What's with that look? We fought together before. It's not easy to forget how you do things. Gratias. Hey, Masterman, mind explaining to me what the hell just happened? I was kicking a monster's ass when I stepped in on one of those weird light puddles on accident and... Stolide! My boot sprouted a halo out of nowhere. It's one of the Shrine of Nurtury's projections. If you don't feel like being turned into stuff your brain can't even process, then stay away from it. And how are we supposed to do that? It's spreading way too quick. It'll kick us out of Pegasus-stained Marcel before that pack of monster even gets here. None of us can stick around to play defense at this point. We've stuffed the big pipe organ in the Sunset chapel full of explosives. Our friends from Lithanian added some self-igniting enchantment on top of it. Even if nobody's around, it should be able to blow these freaks to kingdom come. The one they used to play the dirge of the citywide memorial service? That's the one. Sweet. I had to listen to hundreds of years worth of prayers and sobbing. It's time we play it. Something with a bit more prep. Let's get out of here, Patia. Our spent shells have started getting halos. The Tower of Revelations in Pagus Alessia and the Notorian Hall in Pagus Michellion has been lost. The Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel is the last stop before they reach the Basilica. The Sunset Chapel, huh? If our bombs don't stop, then we really are screwed. If Federico and Doen were right, then the procession really is headed for the Basilica. I think it's too early to throw in the towel. I've been a legatus for a long time now, so I've got experience with getting places quickly. If we can't stop them from rushing right over, then why not just remove their destination? Look, Master, there's a big difference between blowing up a pipe organ and incinerating the entire Basilica. Hey, if Boots and Sancta can have halos, then I don't think there's that big a difference between the organ and the Basilica. Phenomenal logic. Mostema used logic. It was very effective on Fiammetta. Fine, you're right. Since we can't block or kill that giant monster, we can at least think of a way to make the road not exist anymore. She'll not be able to reach her destination. You sure we're talking about the same thing here? Let's go. We draw to the plaza in front of the Basilica. What's wrong, Romeo? Stop crying. You're giving me a headache. Don't be like that, Hugo. Why do we need to take care of these crybabies, sister? Can we leave Laterano? This place isn't anything like what Aurilla said. Not as nice, right? Yeah, I think so too. So we should be glad we came to see for ourselves. Otherwise, how would we have known Aurilla lied to us? We were rather lucky this time, aren't we? Once Aurilla comes back, we should give her a good talking to. Right, sister. Let's continue with the story, children. I'm scared. No need to be afraid. Listen, we can still hear the bells, right? The bells of the holy city will protect us. But those sounds are so loud and scary. Hugo, Gisle, do you hear them as well? Nuda gathers the children to her side as best as she can. She takes note of the fear twisting the faces of the Sancta children, their halos flickering like mad. Is it empathy? That monstrous empathy, the procession's empathy, an entire city's worth of empathy. We're so far away, and yet all Nuda can do is stay silent. She's no Sancta. What she's dealing with is not a gag of the Singus mercenaries. The complex and mysterious knowledge floating around in her mind is of no use. She cannot even say how she got to this point. Think quick. Kukulkan, what can you do to calm the children who followed you all the way from Bolivar, to console the children who had been plucked from a terrifying dream? At the very least, allow them to feel a modicum of tranquility. Ah, I mean, that was the only thing she knew, right? East of the east of Lionidad, Laterano, holy city of white. Romeo, it's a hymn. Senior Nurture taught it to us. Sister Nuda? You all know the words, right? There. There the earth hides no bombs. There the fields share wheat most bright. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love, He hears our prayers, He grants our wishes, all shall bask in His love. The Kukulkan thinks back to the past. The gravely wounded nun closed herself off from the world as she sang until pain and night melted away into her song. The Kukulkan sings once more this song she has sung 100,000 times before. It no longer matters who wrote it, or if the Laterano within it will answer. She does all she can to calm her nerves so she can sing in tune. Slowly, the voices of the children join the chorus, echoing out from the room, blending with the distant peals to form a radiant glow. All shall bask in his love. At the very least, they still have the song. It might be of no use, but at least. Nuda reaches under the helm of her habit, holding her axe tight. Cute. Reverend? I can ask our blessed companions to sniff out her position. There was a time when, with her gun knight armor and custom rifle, she would break the guardian gun kill record over and over. Finding her will take time. The procession can't wait, Valif. Focus on your work. I'll handle this myself. It's been 10 years. I'm surprised this private frequency still works. I wanted to ask the folks at the Notorian Hall to delete it a long time ago, but I kept forgetting. Guess I've gotten old. The real surprise is you, Aurela. Why didn't you take off your armor when you left Laterano? Without it, how am I supposed to settle things with you, Magister? You really hate me, don't you? It seems the saint was right. The best motivators for the Ereri to return to the holy city are hatred and loathing. So you're saying this mysterious fall that affected all of Terra brought out the bad side? That might be so for others, but for me, you know better than anyone else. Naturally. I'll never forget what you did to me. In that nomadic monastery, you wounded me yourself, read the curious banishment order to me yourself, you took everything away from me yourself. You committed mortal sins. Your punishment was pretty light, given the circumstances. I'm responsible for your situation. Aurela, your achievements earned you a commendation from the Pope himself. He was such a spirited young thing. I was convinced you would become the greatest gun knight in history. But all I taught you was how to control that cumbersome armor and master your complicated gun. I never helped you with your temper so you could truly live the Lateran life. And in the end you took that final step, just as I had predicted. Am I supposed to thank you for worrying about my character flaws? Just because of it, you never approved of me and Amos. You even refused to come to our wedding, even though I had hoped to get your blessing. Maybe we should have had a proper talk about all this. One way or another you have returned. Will you come to my side, child? The people will not refuse you if you join the procession. What, want to give a sinner like me another chance in the name of Laterano? No, nothing so lofty. The Erari are still of Laterano, that is all. In a better Laterano, everyone will find their place and play their part. There will be more foundational, more profound connections between us all. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, the holy city will mend your halo and fix the flaws you were born with. When that time comes, all our pain and regrets will be healed in turn. No thanks. Aurela. Listen, old man. I hate how self-righteous you are. I hate how weak Amos was. I hate how inflexible the Curia is. I hate Laterano's stupid garbage about harmony. I hate how cold this paradise is. I never forgot this hate, even over 10 years in Bolivar. Even though my halo shattered, even though I was trapped in the dirt, I never once doubted that I would return. Even when I was enthusiastic and wet behind the ears, I never felt as sure of myself as I do now. This is my connection with Laterano. This is my faith. Your student turned out to be a cruel, vicious, selfish soul. Even if she hasn't fallen, she was still no angel. Tell me, old man, this better Laterano of yours, if it will let in someone who was born evil, does it deserve to be called paradise? Are you unsure about that too? questions time over. You've been trying to get a beat on me all this time. Failed? You've actually gotten better since you left, Aurella. Okay, I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect this. That great Trevor! These new classes Fanny caught me turned out really clear. To use PCS to unify all the races to continue the Originium project, huh? Right, MT10. As I said, I love voicing the more heated and tense moments. That outburst of frustration is my way of coping mechanism with life. I read the Arknight story for such opportunities. The Saint drags her massive body along as she walks at the head of the procession. The Sanctor named Lemon jumps around, pulling out gun after gun like prestigitation, raining a hail of gunfire onto her quarry. You'll get more of it in upcoming Limbus. But the Saint barely even spares her a glance. Yeah, I mean, I live for voicing tense moments, not like I appreciate tense moments. But if it's written well, then of course I will always appreciate them. Because for me, it feels like my outbursts. It feels like my outburst almost. I can channel my own frustrations or things I don't like about myself into these sort of outbursts of emotions, let's just say. So I'm kind of connecting. So I'm being angry on the behalf of the character and also channeling my inner frustration into it. I think that's kind of why I can do it a little decently. Petrazion still hears her voice with perfect clarity. The empathy is growing stronger, which means their long journey approaches its end. Allow our other cohorts to take care of your friend's remains, Petrazion. We do not need to mourn him. Your beatitude. Do you still remember that Abo Beast fledgling? If we reach our destination, Laterano shall recreate the miracle of life once more. Every miracle freely performed. You mean? And so we move onwards. The grand procession passes statues after statue, workshop after workshop. The city grows brighter step by step, pace by pace. Petrazion walks forward in silence. Stop. A young gunsmith's apprentice walks against the flow of people, stopping in front of Petrazion. Vanini stares down the gun knight, many times taller than her. She raises a gun against him. The crowd parts around them, but none look toward them. Vanini bites her lips, doing her best to stop her hand from trembling. You're his apprentice, yes? Magister Pignini. Where is he? He warned me. So in the dream, I hid in the workshop. After I woke, I still hesitated for so long. Right now, you're scary. Laterano's scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have a Patreon firearm. But I can't just hide and wait. So you made yourself that gun and came to stop me. That's very brave of you. But do you see this procession, my child? We will birth a miracle, one that neatly all Laterans will be a part of. It's not scary. That's got nothing to do with me. I'm not very good with words. I couldn't think of any worse ones. Magister Pegnini was my only family. My only connection to Laterano. Your only connection, huh? Hag, you never got a halo in the dream, so why did you join the procession? To find a chance to kill you, obviously. That sniper, your old student? Tragic, isn't it? Worse than when Gia left? Still going to listen to that monster? Going to keep protecting the crowd on this walk? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. That Laterano of 50 years ago forced you to banish an infected Liberi. That Laterano of 10 years ago forced you to banish a fallen gun knight. Even your granddaughter is far too stubborn and opinionated. Who knows if someday she too will. So you have hope for a better Laterano? You want it to be like a doctor who becomes a miracle worker, able to treat neuropathy, able to fix personality flaws, able to make everyone accept one another, no questions asked? That way, no more sad farewells like you have suffered through before. You coward through and through, Petrizion. Farewells are like melted ice cream and worn out guns. Doesn't matter what you do. It's bound to happen, right? Even if you can't stop them from happening, you can still give your well wishes. A simple goodbye is all you need. It's not like you have a speech impediment like Vanini. Is it so hard to find a way to shed some of your regret? Enough talk, just hang on. Hang on, my feathery ass! This is a bullet that can cut through gun knight armor. Don't touch me. Let me finish. Otherwise, I'll step into the grave that much quicker. Alright then. What's with the tone? Don't even think about getting sentimental on me, Patrician. Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis or what path Laterano should take. If the city really is going to be destroyed, surely we can do more than just leave it to some monster from beyond our nightmares that sprung up out of nowhere. Aurela, Fiametta, all those other Laterans you know, are these connections that weak to you? You're a gun knight. You Stoodle, the best gun knight in all of Laterano. Pagnini gets more intense the more he rambles on, but his voice grows quieter by the second. Petrizion holds his old friend tight, feeling the warmth slowly drain out of him, as though the last dregs of his life had spilled out from his latest outburst. Hey, I'm not going to say anything. Never mind then. Before, at the shrine, I said we never actually shared anything these past few days, decades. Now, at the very least, that regret's gone. My Magister, he... Forgive me. I couldn't even give you one final moment with Bag. Wanini, if you'd just been a little bit quicker making this gun. If you'd just gotten here quicker. Wanini lowers his head as if in a daze. She looks about at the people walking past, like she's only just noticing her surroundings. A halo suddenly begins to shine. All it would take is a momentary waver of the heart, and the empathy of the countless masses would come crashing down on this confused, lonely sancta. No, child. Keep a tight grip on your gun. For a moment, Petrizion feels pain, but it is followed by gentle yet irrefutable comfort. It flows from her, from those enlightened creatures, from his people in the procession. He knows that his unusual reaction has been noticed, prompting the crashing waves of empathy like seawater forcing its way back upriver. Petrizion feels dizzy. He sighs and slowly crouches down. A moment later, the elderly gun knight grips the barrel of the gunsmith's apprentice gun, pointing it towards himself. Vanini, I got your name right, I hope. Vanini, no matter how long it took you, or for what reason you did it, you made your very first patron firearm. That makes you a qualified gunsmith. But that is not enough. You must learn how to use it. That was a perfect opportunity. What do you mean? Keep it steady, yes. Just like that. Calm your mind, then pull the trigger. You did kill Magister Pagnini. Also, I'm responsible for what happened to Pag. But this is not to avenge him. At this very moment, Laterano is walking down a new path. Faith flows into faith, and new prayers congregate into a collective consensus. You are too close to the procession. Empathy will soon swallow you whole. Only by falling can you break away. Once you have fallen, I'll go guide the others. This is my duty. The duty of a gun knight. I don't understand. Why do you do this? I don't really know myself. I'm an old adult pate after all. I always believed that were paradise to become a true paradise, my connections would become unbreakable. But what if in the course of all that we lost more than we already had? We might ease our regrets, but when the time comes, what if our success had lost all meaning? If we were all unsouled devils, if we once carried our sins together, how could our connections ever be broken? O glorious Sancta! O favoured of faith, what have you to fear? I'll be right back, sorry. Right, we're back. Let's continue. Vanini, girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you. It just never ends. If this keeps on, I'm gonna have to start smacking them with my weapon. Me too. My hand's getting numb, can barely hold my staff. Don't know how it's going on Fiametta's side of things. According to the plan, when she sets the explosives, we'll blow up the plate locking mechanisms and send all of Pega Saint Marcel adrift. It'll also cut those monsters off from the Basilica. If we can hold on that long. Dispersing arrows. Leave them to me. These clothes. Hey, Archetto! Let's go! Leiden Guard temporarily solo combat team. Hildegard, at your service. Leiden, sorry, never heard of you. It's fine, I'm used to it. Some of my Sancta sisters are in that procession. We were running our business when we got called back, and then we went through a whole bunch of stuff. How should I put this? Even if everything that happened was fake and Leiden Monastery hasn't actually been given important responsibilities by the Curia, as long as I'm here, Laterano will once again remember the name of Leiden Monastery. These monsters might look strange, but they're hardly more of a challenge than the beasts of the great snow-capped mountains. I've got enough arrows, and I've got a sharp eye. I'll help you hold them off. But we're all tired out, kid. We dragged our brains and put in the effort, but all we can do is keep falling back. Not exactly settling any grudges here. We came back to Laterano just to suffer again. It's almost time, Mostima. Still no news from the lemon lady? If we can disengage the defenses on the plate lock mechanism, we won't be able to blow through the armor plating, right? Let's just call it here then. If those guys reach the Basilica, then what happens? Everyone more or less becomes Sancta? What's that got to do with us? Look around you. We can't even cobble together a single halo. Long-awaited reinforcements are just one Liberian nun. Got an entire city's worth of people against us. Why do we Alini have to hold all of them off? Come on, that's not the best attitude to have right now. Because right now, we're the only ones who can. We're always having to bust our asses during things ordinary Sancta take for granted, right? I had a little accident, as you can see. If I hadn't become a legatus, I don't know what I'd be doing right now. I said I was going to be doing messenger stuff when I left the Holy City, but I was just wandering around, really. Wandering to places without any Sancta, places where these black horns on my head don't stand out, places where silent empathy is the norm. It was hard. It took 2 whole years before I could look my friends in the eyes again without breaking out into a sweat. Liberi, fallen angels, we're obsessed with assimilating or getting our old lives back. After putting in all that effort, why go with the hatchet job? Well, how about that? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth, Mostima. Promise me you'll forget you heard anything. Forget what? How did things go on your end? Good news is the bombs are in place. Bad news is I was afraid they wouldn't be enough to blow through all the lock mechanisms, so I shoved the rest of my grenades in there with them. Which means I'm all out of grenades to shoot at these things. Hey, Fiumetta, let's blow this joint. Wait, we still haven't heard anything from Lemon. If the defenses aren't disengaged in time, all of our explosives will go to waste. Time to explosion, 1 minute. What? The timer starts ticking down in Fiumetta's hand. The enlightened creatures stop their prayers as if sensing something is up. They throw themselves at her like rabid beasts. The combat nun is up for duty. Aldegard reaches for her quiver. It's empty. 50 seconds. Sorry, everyone. Hope I'm not too late. Let's go, Lemwood! A wheelchair suddenly breaks, throwing up a cloud of dust as it screeches across the ground. Its rider spins its left wheel as she hoists her rifle with her right hand, her long hair fluttering in the air. You're right on time. Good to know we're still in sync. The two of you will never guess how hard I beat my own wheelchair speed choking record after I broke through the cordon around the 7th Tribunal. 40 seconds. I heard what you said just now. Fallen Angels, Liberi, Alani. I'm inclined to use another term to sum up our relationship. Friends, countrymen, Laterans. I've solved the permissions issue. The lock mechanism defenses are disengaged. Everyone, retreat to the Basilica doors. I'll hold these monsters off. 30 seconds. You going to shoot them, Lumen? You'll fall. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved by you. Like this. The click of bullets loading and the thumbing of the monster's hearts reverberate through Lemon's ears. She's nearly face to face with them, going against every sniper instinct she has. She listens to her own breathing, calm and steady. Under these conditions, how fast can a sniper fire? Time to find out. Lemon, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal, in the name of the Laterano's national security, I sentence you to death. no matter the cost. Five seconds. It's done. Lemon, you hilo. You alright? Anything feel weird? Yeah, she's fallen. We have a whole plate separating from the Lateran city. A violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground in front of the basilica, a rift plowing itself through the plaza. On the other side of the rift, the grand procession shows itself as it marches forward. Is that Elle? Hey, turns out it was my sister and a crew. They really did a real bang-up job. Retreat somewhere safe for the time being. A rift. One my people cannot cross, but we once forged raging rivers and traversed great valleys. Compared to those dangers, this is nothing. He lies ahead. I shall not stop. I never said I'll let you pass. Your body is weak. I fear you have not an ounce of strength left. Am I wrong? Exia does not answer. She has told herself the entire time to ignore how tired she feels, how strange her falling makes her feel. She continues her barrage against the Saint's colossal body, but once again to no avail. The Saint makes no move against her, rather she continues to cradle her the same way she did when they left the dream. Never before has such a strange cradle been seen, one made from a malformed yet mighty arm. Even though you know the entire truth of both past and present, even though you know we are working to create a new miracle like the birth of Laterano, even though you know our journey thus far has been to awaken our Lord, to ensure that in the future, with but a hair's breadth separating destruction from continuation, the Sancta shall persist. Why do you still stand against us? Am I the only one? What? With empathy that strong? I don't believe for a second you can't feel it. Hey, let's go! Otis the Escapismo event. Oh, I'm loving this, man. I'm gonna say this for the I don't know 50th time, but it's my favorite event in Arknights for a reason. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. Manini, girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut these mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved by you. Like this. I'm just an ordinary Lateran. Nobody important. I don't have any special skills. So when I listen to you talk about the origins of the Sancta, the history of the Lateran, the essence of faith, the crazy truth behind the life you're used to, I was shocked. Shocked right down to my core. If things really are like you say, then the life you enjoy in Laterano really is a kind of miracle. But since I'm just an ordinary Lateran, while you were explaining everything happening around us, all I noticed was how nobody looked happy at all. Shouldn't Laterano be a happy place? If lots of our people will suffer when we complete this journey, how am I supposed to believe you can make the miracle happen? Wait, no, scratch that. How am I supposed to believe it's a miracle in the first place? So even if I wasn't around, there'd be other Sancta to stand against you. I shared all I have seen and All I've experienced, yet you still choose to turn away. The path of the Sancta is a cruel one, our faith paved with sin and suffering. Have their years inside this peculiar, distorted paradise left our brethren so weak? Ah, you're not getting me at all. Maybe I should be asking what you asked me earlier. Why you? I have already told you my answer. Even if this terror-destroying calamity is real and millions of Sancta are doomed and Laterano is about to be completely screwed, why are you, a saint, the only one who can bring us salvation? We are the ones who live in the city right now, who enjoy its blessings, who went through its changes, who protected it from destruction. You don't exist anymore. You're just a ghost. A string of code I can shoot. Incorrect, my child. And I lifted my spear against my dying companion. Sleeping silver mounts answered me and recorded my prayers for all eternity. All that is happening here and now is a continuation of that prayer. Death cannot be undone, yet I wandered amongst his data stream. Together we heard your prayers. No matter how appearances may change, no matter how the faith develops as time flows, so long as the Sancta still pray, he shall operate eternally, and I shall forever be there. The spiritual light will always shine in Laterano. This is our mission. Prayer is useless. Pardon? To be honest, I learned a long time ago that prayer is useless. When I was in my third year of primary school, an investigator from the 6th Tribunal did an experiment at our school. She said there were 2 groups of patients at Faber Central Hospital with more or less the same conditions and split us into our own 2 groups. One group would pray every day, while the others didn't have to do anything. But in the end, there wasn't any difference in their recovery. The investigator told us the result in class. Prayer is useless. It's funny, really. This country is full of churches, but it's always doing these kind of outrageous experiments. You're right, Laterans really do pray to the Lord every day. Praying they'll get better soon after getting sick. Praying they'll pick the coolest guardian gun ever. Praying the caravans won't run into catastrophes on the way home. Praying they'll never have to say goodbye to their friends. Praying that they'll be able to make it through all sorts of pain and suffering. But I never actually expected there to be a Lord who would grant everyone's wishes, who would swoop in to save us when we are in trouble. Empathy lets us see the emotions of our people. It lets us know if the ones by my side are happy or sad. But prayer? Prayer doesn't just need me to sense things, it needs me to want to help my family and friends to understand things outside of empathy. It even lets me feel like I could help some complete strangers get well sooner. Even though I know it probably won't change a thing. I met lots of Sanctas while running around with Penguin Logistics. You'd be hard-pressed to call some of them father, while others don't live life like we do in the Holy City anymore. But they were also fulfilled. I still feel close to them. I believe it's because we still prayed like we always did. It needs us to not doubt. It needs us to hold hope in our hearts. Just being down to pray for each other is a beautiful thing in itself. It gives me a true connection to people. If these connections were the foundation of faith, it would be exceedingly frail. No, I think it's exactly these connections that held up our lives. Survival, life. If you don't understand why Sancta these days are all about deserts and explosions, what's up with you? The saint suddenly becomes exceptionally restless. She feels out the edge of this rift as she places along it her sharp front claws piercing the exposed bent foundations, trying to find a way to climb down. This rift you have opened allows me to sense his signal much more clearly. He's below the basilica, calling out for me to approach. No. Why is his signal in such disarray? He's anxious, uneasy. The Creator has already revoked, or perhaps there are other threats forcing him to change. The sound of the machinery, faint yet clear, rises out of the depths of the rift below their feet. The saint's unease becomes increasingly obvious. Half of her body has already entered the fold. Her claw clench, and Exia senses she is in great pain. Behind her, the procession stops, countless halos flickering over and over due to her worry, like a river of paralyzed stars. Child, talks of past and present are meaningless. You need only step towards the future. do not understand this crisis. There are no new solutions for you to find. You must survive. I said it before. I'm not letting you pass. How are you meant to stop a ghost? A string of code? The saint's voice become garbled. She has reverted to barely more than a beast like the tea-cows who trudged through the mud all these years ago. If we weren't in this mess, we could have been pretty good friends. A ghost, a string of code, the very first sancta. There are no cooler friends than that. Ah, silly me, can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. Lemon of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School, #1 student in the 84th Intercity Net Security Preparatory course, and I've got the college, and I've got the school certs to prove it. Every bullet I got you with was custom made. They just needed some time to take effect. Wow. A patron Faram howls once more. The force of the barrage finally frees Exia from the saint's grip. She leans high. She leaps high into the sky. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. We're not going to give up on life, obviously, but we're definitely not going to go with your plan. If refusing it means the halos connecting us will be cut off, then cut them off. Because even if you do, we will never stop praying for each other. We'll still give thanks to the Lord for his existence, even if he isn't what he thought he was. Even if he isn't what we thought he was. Ah, I love this song, man. I love it. Oh Lord, thank you for being there, for blessing us with bread and bullets, for being there for us during all our trials and tribulations. Thank you for spreading the light across Laterano all this time, giving everyone the chance for salvation. Thank you for clearing the way for us. Amen. There. Prayer done. Let's say bye-bye. The wildest way I know. Explosions fall like rain, linking together into a chain of blasts as they collide with the bullets embedded in the saint's body. The saint howls, but not because of the explosions, but because of her flesh wounds, but because of the strange dissonant sound created by the ammunition that it scrapes against her skin. Dissonant sound. The sound of data being erased. Ah, custom-made bullets, baby. Divine Judgment Traditional. Rock and Roll Gospel. Barrage Sky Shattering. Apple Pie with Char Siu. Ah, the epicness just keeps on climbing. Retain humanity's emotions? Retain humanity? Negative. Humanity does not exist. Variable referred to as humanity is a byproduct of originium. Originium? A sea made of originium. It's like the sea back home, calm, beautiful, but no one dares to set it out on it. Maybe, maybe not. This is familiar to you because the sea by your hometown is here. There's even a part of you here too. All things that are here, all things that have been sealed here, a coffin for the world and everything upon it. Like the crystals left behind by repathy patients after they die. If that helps you understand it, then yes. Amazing, isn't it? This was once the end of everything. We are born far too late, our lives far too short. We even unconsciously take some inconsequential mishaps and turn them into the foundation of our very being. Like how you blindly took a shattered memory and turned it into a divine revelation. But no matter, the law wishes to bestow upon you true revelation. He says none can be saved. Originium to originium, dust to dust. Personnel with relative privileges have provided PCS with a new set of directives, cognitive radiation amplified, maximum output, effective range, Terra. Originium will connect to PCS after maintenance is complete. Originium is inevitable. The law created the Sancta from the T-Cas, built the Order of Laterano in Untamed Wilds, and even attempted to establish a Terra-wide religion spanning multiple civilizations. He has worked for millennia in service of humanity. Surely it was not simply to turn all of it into Originium. Is that truly the law's ultimate goal? Negative. This is the goal of Originium, not the goal of the law. Originium has been set as a prerequisite of the law. If Originium is, as you earlier described, able to assimilate everything, why is it a prerequisite to anything? Surely it is more than the end of everything. How would the law be able to operate inside a field of uniform Originium? What would be the meaning of a halo? What would be the meaning of a halo in that case? As Originium is the end of all things, there is meaning in bestowing halos on everything. Angels before Originium are merely angels. Angels after Originium are the only method of existence that will retain meaning. None can be saved. So not even Laterano as it is, a cramped paradise, can be preserved. It cannot be saved, not preserved. Save everyone has never been a tenable commandment. All things march towards death. The only way to save them is to see them up. Grant them a dream, a bearing to hold on to. Hide their blemishes, espouse their brilliance. By doing so, you allow them to gladly accept their final journey, like how you saved yourself. Granting dreams to others as a placebo. No, I won't accept that. If I have to truly shamelessly cling onto a false dream, put myself through a crucible for more than 10 years, if I have debased myself by inflicting unhealing wounds upon countless others for the sake of self-salvation, then all the more reason not to spread the shamelessness and debasement to others. Even if you accepted it, you're unable to perform such an act. Only the law can bestow such salvation. You can't possibly mean Kelf's plan was to give everyone halos, all so they can be granted this salvation. But how would becoming Sancta help? Are Sanctas beyond carelessness, beyond cruelty, beyond suffering? We shall not stop at becoming Sancta. We will all become true angels, Anduin. Agathangelos. True angels. Aggie? Aganthalos. I don't like this name. It's too long and hard to read. And it doesn't sound like any of the other names here. This is my surname. Before your father left, he kept telling me he hoped I would give it to you. But Mama, I know it's strange and hard to read, Anduin. If the other children knew you had this name, they might say hurtful things to you, like there's that weird boy. Once you head out further afield, bandits may think you're a rich foreigner, while the Inquisition might assume you're a zealot up to no good. Which is why I hoped you would never share it with others. Stick with a simple name, like the other orphans here. I hope you will keep it in the deepest recesses of your heart, a place where your happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy cannot touch. But I feel really sad right now. I don't know if there's anywhere in me that doesn't feel sad. Is there really a place like that in my heart? Of course, Anduin. Everyone has one. I hope that when you think of this name, you'll be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. Forget the dying and the hungry by the road who claw at your ankles. Forget those in despair whose minds were eaten away by the sea fog and the flesh they chew on. Forget the monster doll your friend made, my fin-scale soup. Forget the storybook you keep beneath your pillow and the brush you found in the old chapel. But I don't want to forget them. It's just for a little while, all right? I hope that when you think of this name, you will find tranquility. The tranquility of emptiness. One day, you'll need this peace. Promise me, Anduin. All right? But I still want to know what this name means. Angel. In Lateran it means angel. Tranquility. Yes, a very apt descriptor. Behold, even as they come, they do so in silence. The ocean of Originium is endless. Those who look upon it soon realize that every observation they make of it is without meaning. Hold up, I'll be right back. The final be right back for the stream, I hope. Alright, we're back. Man. I mean, I expected this. I expected this much. It was going to take quite a bit to get through everything here. But hey, if you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps as the channel a ton, and I'd really appreciate all the support I can get. Anyways, let's go. Let's continue. The ocean of Originium is endless. Those who look upon it soon realize that every observation they make of it is without meaning. And everything the eye can see is impossible to differentiate. Where to start looking is similarly impossible to determine. But now, above this great sea of uniformity, something shines. It is as if the edge of the Originium Sea has converged into a river that flows into the heavens. Countless fragments of Originium rise up from the surface of the sea, floating up from the distant, empty beyond in perfect formation. The fragments are jaded and irregular. Some are as small as dust, others as immense as stars, but all, without exception, are crowned with a glimmer of light. A glimmer shaped like a ring. Halos. Beautiful, aren't they? It's a pity that all the beauty and ugliness in the world is meaningless to angels. Angels are neither beautiful nor ugly. They are neither high nor low, noble nor base, reverent nor blasphemous, abhorrent nor distasteful, adorant not disdainful. They know neither meeting nor separation, happiness nor suffering. Can they even be considered life? Does that matter? All the praise we heap upon life is nothing but egotistical admiration. Observing their forms in an attempt to compare them to our definition of life is simply us trying to find resonance with them. Then are they the law? Are they gods? If there is no distinction between beauty and ugliness, high and low, noble and base, why would there be one for God and worshipper? Angels do not understand faith. They simply exist in the furthest reaches of the universe, taking on the most distinctive forms. It was our forebears who encountered them, shamelessly disturbing them as they did so. In their name we call created a forgery of a dialectic of God and worshipper. If all our emotions, ideas, and actions have nothing to do with angels, what does our future have to do with them? It is because everything we are has nothing to do with angels that we should become them. Weird logic. Now, this is only a possibility, but when the Creator descends, when everything is submerged into this ocean before us, a time of stasis, uniformity, and meaninglessness, the sancta within can take on the forms of angels and enjoy an eternal existence where they shall shine furthermore. This is the final answer we shall submit to death. This is his gift to the people he has guarded for thousands of years, his final blessing and salvation. We drift just as we drift between past and future. We flicker just as we flicker between reality and the void. Angels know not beginnings, not ends. Angels know not increase or decrease. Angels know not life or death. In an existence where nothing exists, we can only exist in the form of angels. A very abstract look at angels, huh? So these are true angels. Incomprehensible to the point where the law cannot directly describe them, instead defining them by what they are not. Immaterial to the point where taking the form of angels allows one to continue to exist after becoming a Reginium. This is the existence the law has chosen once everything returns to Reginium. Affirmative. If this is the ultimate purpose of the law, then as a saint and as an executor, I should implement and enforce it. Unless the law itself is a paradox. I have one final question. Explain to me how, if angels truly are, as you say, without beginning or end, increase or decrease life or death, then why do you have such a strong desire to exist, to continue to exist? Bro pointed out the fucking logical fallacy. As machines have inputs, so they have outputs. The saints sought answers in the law, and the law granted them revelation. The fleet asked the system for instructions, so the system issued commands. The Lord, or rather PCS, has never been as silent as it is now. You are an artificial system, so you require people to operate you. This is true for both the command system and the law worshipped by the Holy City. The ultimate purpose you were given was to break humanity free from their shackles and return their angelic nature. However, this purpose, does it stem from people or from angels? Why would the angels you describe desire this? Their actions do not have purpose, assuming they can even perform actions other than drift and flicker. But if this purpose comes from people, how will you turn them into angels? Surely everything you have done was more than just a wish? A wish. Nurturer, I shall now grant you salvation. Guide your people to angelification. Guide yourself. Be free from suffering, grief, frustration, strife, for you'll obtain tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness, as shall those you have helped and hammered alike. I reject it. You need not live as an egoist, a villain, a traitor, or a fanatic, nor do you need to die as one. And Doan feels more tired than he has ever been before, as if his entire lifetime's worth of burdens have been pressed down onto his back at once. The beast was right. He really is like that sarcastic drunkard, acutely aware this is the last chance he has. If he wanted relief, this is the only way. Relief. He only needs to hear the words, crisp syllables to feel joy, to want to fall to the ground and weep until he spent all his strength, then fall further into a deep slumber. But he uses that strength to instead open his clouded eyes. I don't know what kind of answer His Holiness gave you, nor do I know what Mostema Fiametta Lemun or her sister, or her little sister, thinking right now above ground. I do not know where Petia and our former followers are headed, nor do I know whose bosom the children I tended in the shrine of nursery have clutched. I don't know if they want this salvation, this relief. But if what you really care about is my answer as a suitable candidate, then my answer is no. I am far too conceited, even to this very moment. I still refuse to believe my arduous search for answers decades in the making was all for this simple relief. I am not only conceited, I am an egoist, a villain, a traitor, and a fanatic. And so I suffer and grieve, my frustrations giving rise to strife. But they are the foundations of my life. If I were to abandon them, the one who obtains relief, who becomes an angel, would not be me. Doan Agathangelos shall never obtain relief, nor will he ever wish for it. Let suffering scar his flesh. Let stripe snap his bones, then, and only then will he have the clarity of mind to walk this path. It seems we have reached an agreement. You're not going to deny the entire experience of the journey he went through. The law itself is a paradox. He cannot be implemented, nor should he be. Andoan, we must correct him, or stop him if he cannot be corrected. Paradox discovered. Attempting correction. Performing diagnostic stimulation. Abnormal node. Wish to continue. Derived abnormal node. PCS. Personality and cognition synchronization system. Abnormal node. Wish to survive. Derived abnormal node. The law god Laterano. Abnormal node. Wish for angels. Derived abnormal node. Me. Continue. A scientist input this command. Survive. A TCAS howled this. And so, an imitator of angels began its endless yet transient pilgrimage. Calling the law an imitator of angels, man, is cool. The imitator of the angels became a command system, became the law, became a god, yet it could not become an angel. Wish and angel are incompatible. Exploring solution. Unfulfilled conditions. Additional input required. What information is he awaiting for? I've said all I can say. If God wishes me to embrace death as an angel, then I would rather be born as a human with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Oh man. Oh man, lovely. That is, I think that's a quote. That's a reference to a quote in that some philosopher said in the past. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Importing additional condition. Wish to refuse. Re-exporting solution. Must eliminate abnormal nodes and derive abnormal nodes. Eliminate me. Federico Gallio and Doan Agathangelos. Execute solution. God's final commandment is to kill God. I fucking love it, bro. Friedrich Nietzsche would be so proud. Oh my lord. Even if he was a paradox, he was still the foundation of the paradise of Laterano. With his death, the Sancta will no longer be linked by empathy or receive guidance from the law. Like an infant trapped within a womb, biting apart its umbilical cord and crawling its way out of its mother-cold body, helpless as it faces a land steeped in cruelty. But it is only in such a land that can be called truly human, that we can have the right to talk about salvation. Lord God, I will kill you. The commandment is rational and feasible. Assist me, Andoan. Ah, I love this entire discourse. This is picking apart my brain in all the right ways. Phew. Arturia leans against her cello. Finally, she frees her hand and holds it against her chest, allowing herself to catch her breath. Nearly there. If memory serves me correctly, I just head down this corridor to return to the surface. Oh, you patrols truly are relentless. The wispy guard surrounding Arturia, attempting to drag her back underground. She has wasted far too much time inside this maze since she turned away from the machine. Her patron firearm is lost. She has no desire to join her pursuers in prayer or to perform their heart songs. She would rather destroy her own cello. Arturia has never found herself in such a predicament before. The exit is right ahead, but she no longer has the strength to carry on. The crown? Fetty, what did you... The dust settles and Arturia can finally see again. The explosion earlier created a giant pit, one that connects to the rift in the plaza above, exposing the bowels of the basilica to all. A ring-shaped machine lies at the bottom of the pit quietly. Sunlight shines upon it, but it has lost its radiance. There it stands, as dull as a rock. Unease. This is the second time Arturia has felt this feeling so clearly, the first being the time she faced the Witch King in his pavilion. Deep within her body, somewhere she cannot see, things that were always linked together quietly break apart. There is no mistaking the feeling. She breathes in deep. The moment she closes her eyes, countless similar melodies rush to her mind like the tide. You're crying, why? Why does your crying sound so annoying? You're annoyed? I can't feel it. Sorry, I'm sorry, but I'm scared. It's like that time Senora Bella locked me in the dark room. I can hear your voices clearly, but I can't hear what you're saying. My connection with our enlightened companions has been severed. No, not just them. You're right here, Reverend Patrazon, but I can't even... sense me. I know. Be a good girl. Don't let go of my hand. Your hand, that's not what your hand feels like. It's like mist. Far away. You're so far away from me. So this is what it's like to fall into hell. The changes do not end with their own body. Some old jokes have come true. Some old jokes have come true, as in? Every light we know will one day be extinguished. And it is no exception. The old pope playfully points to the halo hovering above his head. Even if everything about the Sancta's existence is interpreted as its boon? Damn! Unease grows and panic spreads. Arturia tries to make sense of it. All this is not the same as what happened in the Soling Stem. There is no malevolent force showing discord among the merchants of the people this time around. It is like a movement one played countless times by an orchestra of the masses, had part of its melody forcefully plucked away as if it never existed. Like walking along a road with the sun, the rain, your friends and your home ahead of you, but you are torn away from it for no reason, leaving you feeling alone and helpless, alongside millions of your people. The Sancta will lose the cozy cabin of their faith. Everything has come to pass. Did you fail, Fetty? Nope, I think he succeeded. If you're scared, you can hold on to my tail. You noticed Gisela's tears, didn't you, Romya? Have you forgotten what tears mean? Let's finish our song, okay? You see, Laterano hymns and Bolivarian hymns are quite different, so we need time to teach each other the parts we don't know. We will be here together. East of the East. All shall bask in his love. Arturia hears singing. It wavers, revealing the anxiety, terror, and the worries of the stringers, alongside pure, honest longing. A longing for tranquility, to see night fall in peace and quiet. Your Holiness, I have no doubt that Laterano, as it is, may be walking to its demise, but I also believe it has never been this sincere. I have said before that I can't hold off the apocalypse or override death, and I refuse to lead. But maybe my arts can help them stave off this oncoming collapse. They will let my brethren free of empathy, to communicate without reservation, purely and honestly. Go listen to those songs, go share your emotions, go tell one another that at this very moment, in the face of this indescribable loss, we still feel joy and sorrow together. This has nothing to do with saints and sinners, redemption and responsibility, or whichever path I walk. This is simply my reason to exist. Simply your reason to exist, huh? Laterano, holy city of purest white, falls into night, but today there may not be an electrical operator named Alcide there to turn on the city lights. Arturia takes off her gloves. She decides to play towards the setting sun, to her heart's content. Birth, eh? You know, this gives a whole different fucking context to IS-5 Ending 3. Like, if I go back to it right now, man, is it... Wow. Holy shit. Interlude. Reunion. Oh, we're here. There you are, Federico. Your Holiness, did you see the new products on the tea table? Glista 11 ice cream cake tower. 11 scoops of ice cream, 11 flavors of cactus, the 11th cake named after a pope. I am a trained executor. I cannot say the same for my ability to evaluate desserts. Just a token of gratitude for not forgetting an old man on the brink of death as you withdrew. Of course, I plan to promote it through the city in the hopes that the people may rediscover the taste of life sooner rather than later. Considering the flavor, I suspect it may cause even more controversy. It is true, however, that the citizens of Laterano are in dire need of a return to orderly life. Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. 3 months have gone by? Of course, I mean, it's not going to be the same order again, right? Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. True. Small-scale disturbances to large-scale exodus. There are more than 1,000 cases in the Notorian Holds records. The rebuilding of the city has only just begun. The calamity has revealed too much and changed too much. The law was a cold machine, our saint was a loathsome abomination. All of us share the same roots as the devils. Any one of these truths is enough to destroy an individual's faith. This rebuilding will be a tremendous undertaking. Reconstruction of the damaged plates on which the 3rd and 4th tribunals are located has just begun. Efforts are underway to revitalize the economy. Laterano has not been so busy in a long time. I hope the busy times will provide a way for the people to repair the cracks in their hearts. Speaking of which, what is your outlook on all this, Federico? Sancta, Laterano, faith, empathy, communication, and our society, the many important decisions that the holy city has made over its millennia-long history, and even your canonization. It was all the result of him, a machine. The spiritual light has always been called. Your innate lack of empathy has bestowed upon you an outlook of extreme logic. Perhaps he chose you because you were the one who could understand the logic of his simulation the best. I caught fragments of your conversation with him. Even after decades of talking to him, I must admit, you were more suited to the task. If I wasn't intimately familiar with the way you talk, I wouldn't have been able to tell who said that. Who said what? If the law is a machine, a system, then the most effective method of communication is to think on his terms, with his language and his logic. but you arrived at the opposite conclusion from him. I remember every word of the tenants and every name with which I have come into contact on my assignments. As far as Laterano is concerned, there is no greater difference in the order required by machines and life. There is no great difference in the order required by machines and life. The existence of life is a miracle. It's two sides to opposing aspects of strength and fragility. Out of necessity for survival and livelihood, we have continuously built and improved order. The law is simply part of it. The law exists to protect. Rodrigo pauses. The executor known for his mechanical coldness chooses his words carefully, a rare sight to behold. The precious fragility of human life. Precious fragility. Such an interesting combination. Therefore, we rejected him. It was our joint decision, Your Holiness. Time will tell whether it was the right one. Go on. My, now that's certainly something. Oh, hey! We're on the we're here with the law. Exia's painting on the law. What is that in their hand, Lemuel? A spray can. This place is deep underground and cold. This big rock is bare and grey. No wonder everyone who comes here leaves with their head hung low like they got a heavy cold. I've had enough. I'm gonna give it a fresh coat of paint so people who see it will be happy. Wanna join me? Don't look at me like that. I finished third in the Lungman graffiti competition 2 years ago. You didn't forget what this is, did you? Just think of it as my way of making a wish. Anything you can't figure out, anything you haven't gone done, spray it on the rock and maybe it'll come true. Wish. Didn't the Sancta and Laterano came about because the saint made a wish? But it's scrapped now. A rock is a rock. How do you scrap a rock? Besides, you're still here. Me, that girl selling ice cream, that gunsmith over there, and all the Sanctas around are witnesses to your wish. Who's to say it's necessarily this rock that grants it? Man, I find Exia's outlook very endearing, not gonna lie. Think about all the things that have happened these past 3 months. Any of them would have made the headlines for an entire week in the old days. The entire city has been turned upside down. In the end, though, so many people choose to stay in these ruins. Our halos still shine. Life goes on, right? Just make a new wish. It's not that hard. I'll show you how. Apple Pie Logistics is opening up next week, the first civilian logistics company to be officially recognized by the Curia. She's running her own logistics company. Awesome. Awesome, man. My wish is that it'll grow and have lots of business, and that I'll have lots of time to stay with Masterman, Tata, and my sister. Can I make a wish for sugar-free ice cream? Sure. My wish is that Lateran genetics will change and everybody will support my culinary research so that their teeth and halos will never get cavities. With resilient perseverance, the dawn of a new day shines into the deepest reaches of Laterano, illuminating the green graffiti and the stone that has long grown dim. The Sanctus look up, light dances in the drifting dust. The 7th Tribunal proposed a blockade and communications blackout over the area, but the proposal is not feasible. Hard to block it off when the plates have been so badly damaged. Basilica practically hangs over the side of a cliff. How do you stop curious passerbys from looking down? Besides, the first saint has already revealed the truth to Laterano. All that our people are doing now is to learn to face it. The Torian Hall records indicate that the latest patient in intensive care at Pegasus Faber Central Hospital Halo Surgery Division has been discharged to an observation ward. Which means that all the old sanctas who were given halos in this calamity are no longer troubled by an annoying light over their heads. It only took 3 months. 3 months, huh? All the non-Centics that were given halos in this calamity, and the halos are still there. They have not gone anywhere. That's the interesting part I find about all this. The Sancta halos that were broken are also gradually recovering, which is very interesting. Empathy continues to exist. It feels different now, but it's still a connection that belongs to the Sancta and the Sancta alone. God is dead, is he not? He ordered Andoan and I to destroy him, and he revealed his weakness to us. Bro, this conversation out of context. I love it. God is dead, is he not? Well, he ordered us to destroy him, and revealed his weakness. We destroyed him with our own hands. I have confirmed that his functions have ceased completely. But the program that governs the halos persists. Is the law still in effect? Let's look at this from another angle, Federico. He identified the inherent paradox in the law. A paradox is a combination of two things that cannot coexist. If his last command to you was to eliminate the paradox, then perhaps we have not destroyed the law itself, but only this erroneous conflict, the paradox itself. The logic stands, but difficult to process. The machine itself, after all, has ceased to operate. You're certainly correct. It was a thought that came to me suddenly as I was chewing on cactus yesterday. Oh, so it's a Younglista 11th, and also the old grandpa who like the cactus. But I still believe that he left something behind for us. Perhaps the law of Laterano was never truly complete. He left behind for us a tabula rasa, waiting for us to communicate with him. That is why I have decided to repurpose the underground structure of the basilica as a public space, which all citizens are welcome to view as they please. That's what's happening. Where Laterano goes from here and what new meaning the law will create is a matter in which every sancta will have their say. It is as you said, Federico. Time will tell. Strange. Where did it go? The extra grenade launcher maintenance kit is in the bottom drawer. I put the collector's edition disc in the sofa compartment. Oh, it's with Grandpa. Take a break from packing and pour me a cup of cactus juice. I just got back from the hospital. My throat is parched. Take a guess. What do you think happened? A Sancta priest just officiated 5 straight funerals. He suddenly came down with a case of aphasia while his wife suffered heart pain at the same time. But he was located in an ecclesia requiem on the outskirts while his wife was in a gunsmithy downtown. Many similar cases have been reported. Several hospitals and churches submitted a joint report to the Curia last week, detailing the abnormal diagnosis of over 1,000 sanctas. The lights above our heads have come on again, but the strength and range of empathy seems to differ from person to person. Oh, the strength and range of empathy now seems to differ from person to person. It's no longer the same monotonous thing. Sanctas unfamiliar with one another only faintly sense each other's emotions, even in close proximity. Friends and family, however. What's your point? Things seem to have gone back to normal in Laterano, but we both know that fundamental changes have started to take place after a calamity of such scale. So empathy is still there, but it depends on how close you are to each other. And empathy will grow stronger the closer you are to another person. And if it's a stranger, it'll only be very faint emotions. Now, it's not the same monotonous intensity of empathy that everybody in Laterano felt beforehand, and which also kind of forced you to be happy and not sad. You shouldn't leave now, Fia. I told you about Rhodes Island. Dr. Matrix is here in Laterano and helped us solve a bunch of problems behind the scenes. The doctor says there's been a major incident at Rhodes Island HQ, and the calamity that struck the Holy City is no coincidence. There's something that links them together, and the doctor set out on a new journey because of it. Whilst Em and I are both Rhodes Island operators, it's our job, and it's for the good of Laterano too. I need you to prove my field mission application. You read the reasons. You know what I did, don't you, Fia? The Pope decided not to prosecute you. It's not my place to say anything. Besides, you did help people leave the procession at the very end. You did your duty as a gun knight. People always let an old man off the hook easy. It wasn't just you. The abomination had the support of pretty much every sancta inside and outside the dream. On top of the influence of empathy, you all had reasons to make Laterano a better place, even if it still sounds dumb, and I still want to call you a sentimental old fool. But I do understand the stuff about parting. Like I said, there are certain things I need to experience for myself, even if it does make you worry. I'll be back soon. All I wanted to say, Fia, is that we wouldn't get a chance to watch 8 Armored Chainsaw Guy together yet. Didn't get a chance. Pagnini was right. We should try to leave as few regrets as we can before anything happens. You're almost retired, aren't you, older man? Yeah? Want to go on a vacation together? Hey! Hey! Finally. Manini stands before the door of the gunsmithy. After hesitating for a long while, she takes down the sign that says temporarily closed and pushes the door open. Magister. Oh, enough with the yelling. My guys, let's go! He survived, let's go. Man, I really liked Pagnini. Not gonna lie. Let's go. It's just a Halo check. What took you so long? Couldn't be worse than my injuries. Yeah. Dr. Chancellor says my language skills are getting better. He asked me if I would consent to be his research subject for speech, pathology, and healers. I'm not sure I got it. I didn't, and I don't care to. You sanctors are so complicated. And you can have your guardian gun back. Is there a problem? You weren't around, so I had to figure it out best as I could. Of course there's a problem. What? The rep's too delicate. There's no room for power upgrades. Nothing really wrong with the action design or the assembly work. And someone left this bunch of papers at the door. Have a look. The curious mark. Could it be? You're not in the dream. Nobody's closing the shop down. It's an order from the Curia. They want us to design heavy firearms for their new gun knights. But... Stop. Of course I know why they came to this tiny workshop. You shot him, didn't you, Annie? Yeah. Good girl. Settled an old score for me. Now the past is the past, and I don't want to talk about it again. Oh, man. You decide whether to take this order. Me? Who else, me? I never expected to still be breathing right now. My chest still hurts. I can't see the parts clearly, and I can't hold a barrel film anymore. You made your first gun, ripped the seal that your lord placed on your mouth. The hard part is over. The path is yours to walk. Just don't ruin my reputation. You can do that, can't you? Of course, of course. Right. Hey, Lemon. SL has already left. I told you, it's the curious decision. This calamity is merely a starting point for both Laterano and the other nations. We need to recover and strengthen our ties with the other nations. Elle's the best sancta for the job, considering her experience in Lungman, her relationship with the Rhodes Island. She left a message. Mama, Tata, let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. Let's pray it's not her balls that go off with a bang. She drank all the sisty milk I left for her in the fridge before she left. Maybe she was worried I would be angry. Anyway, I've got to go to work. Oh, hey! Would you look at that? This terminal. You're looking at Amos's effects again. They said his last moments were with you. Yes, I heard his last words, and he restored his mailbox history accordingly. Such a fool, wasn't he? Let's cut straight to the chase. What judgment are you going to pass on my new crimes this time, Cardinal Lemwin? I take it you admit responsibility for the robbery of that caravan in the western outskirts of the Holy City? Don't tell me you couldn't tell they were professional soldiers. From Godden. We're not passing any judgment. The outcome was undoubtedly favorable for the 7th Tribunal. They just caught me in a bad mood. The Curia will accommodate Sister Nuda and the Bolivarians who came to Laterano with you. Regardless of your motivation, your attack on Petresian worked to your advantage. The Curia sees no need to pursue the matter of your unauthorized return to the Holy City any further. Oh, what? Laterano still wants to put up a front of purity and clemency, even after waking from the dream. You'll make a show of forgiving a sinner who fell into hell? Are you really that stupid? A monster paraded through the streets of Laterano as she gave her speech. It's no secret that angels and devils come from the same place anymore. The city's revolting facade has been stripped away. Without the foundation of its holiness, the Holy City is nothing more than a tiny city-state. Do you think his posturing will continue to win the sympathy of Latanians or Ursus? You misunderstand. Laterano will make no show of clemency. Your exile still stands. You're not permitted to return to the Holy City, however. The Curia is interested in offering you an employment contract. Employment? To do what you just did. As if Laterans don't do their own dirty work. Of course not. Gun Knight, Cardinal, Pontifica, Cohorse, Legatus, nobody is immune to sin, but times have changed. Your judgment was not wrong. Next time, it may not be a scouting force that shows up on the outskirts of the Holy City. The most radical transgression in one era may be necessary for survival in another. You were decisive, if nothing else. Why do you think I would accept? Can I ask you a question? You left Laterano after a big fight with Amos, something that he always regretted. What was the reason for the fight? Annie, why are you bringing this up again? Yes, Petresian didn't show up to the wedding or even give his blessing, but he's still your mentor. Is he? Besides, it won't change anything. No, it won't. He won't die just because he cursed a soul, and he could even take your job from you. But if you don't even have the guts to do this, then you're a coward, Amos. I'm leaving. Just another pointless argument. You've seen the documents in the terminal. I was thinking maybe the words that Amos left unsaid were, no matter what kind of person you are, whether your union was blessed or not, none of that would alter his faith in you. The faith that you are each other's salvation. No, I wasn't sure if you would accept the curious proposal. We all have issues that even empathy can feel, communicate, pasts that we can't let go, and in certain futures, there is much that I have to think about myself. If hatred is what helps you cope, then maybe that's the right path for you. Perhaps this is what Amos wanted to see. Man, we still have one more story note to go. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 6 hours. Yeah, thought so, that it would be about 7 hours. Still hanging in there extra? I know your heartbeat and your warmth. I know your fear and your joy. If I'm blessed by the law, he shall have mercy on your life. Praying? Oh, that's hardly the time. Wait, you're sarcastic. Where did you learn to do that? What the... Did it go well? Yeah. Then what's with that look on your face? A halo. What? Saka's child, that Saka's newborn, has a halo. Oh, it's happening again. She said her husband was Saka's too, right? The baby's not mixed like Celia. And we're not even in the bloody dream either. This nomadic abbey is a long way from Laterano. Where's Andoan? He went, He went out as soon as the abbey stopped. Said he was going to forage, and pick a flower to celebrate the birth of a new miracle. I have a feeling he had a premonition about what was going to happen. Parents are sarcasts, but the child is sancta. Just because the sarcast prayed. Oh boy, there. Do you remember? We found Andoan by the pit after the calamity came to a close. He was almost completely blind, and he refused to tell us what happened beneath the basilica. He joined court of the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunal, put him on trial. Nobody knows what exactly the trial was conducted, only that he was exiled as a result. He's never to return to Laterano, but he was allowed to live on this nomadic abbey. Don't think too much about it. It was Andoan's decision to disband the Pathfinders. As he said, we don't need to seek anything from Laterano anymore. Some brothers and sisters have chosen to stay behind in Laterano, while others have returned to their homes. Others have chosen to follow him here. Whatever his true hopes for this abbey are, there is at least one thing that is certain. We're trying to help more people. Say, shouldn't he be back by now? Man, this is all future setup. Oh, wait. I would love to be in these fields. Hold up. The Sarkas learned to pray in that shrine. She established a connection with the law on her own. As for us, we only truly spoke with him for the first time after the disintegration of our own faith. If faith is a response to life, then a new law has been born here and now. The crisis has not been averted. Indeed, our rejection of the other possibility has made it even more unknown and pressing. Fortunately, a new possibility also lies ahead. Where will you take it, Andoan? The wind carries the cries of the newborn. The sancta stops on the hill, a wildflower in his hand. His eyes no longer see, but he continues to look up, standing in the same spot and moving, as though he can see that tiny speck of light. After a while, Andoan walks toward the nomadic abbey on the other side of the hill. He leaves Laterano and never turns back. No one counts his sins. No one laments the scores of the past. No one sees him off. No one knows of his departure. There is nothing in his heart that needs resolution. He caresses an aged book and keeps walking until he is no more than a tiny point in the vast wilderness. The martyr shall find final rest at the end of a long journey. Until then, he shall not rest. Man. Voyage. Wait, that was a reunion, right? Voyage. Alright, last node, come on. Last story node. Yeah, I wanted to see how this ended. You have determined that the momentous migration has come to a conclusion in reality. The conclusion has been mapped onto the space you're in. The rift that looks as if it has been ploughed open by catastrophe bisects the plaza in front of the basilica. By the rift there is an even more eye-grabbing pit. Ugly scars in what should have been a city trapped in stasis. The ring-shaped machine sits silently within. Well, that ended in failure, didn't it, Priestess? Did the PCS system crash? You look at Priestess, she remains calm, as if she does not care about what has happened in the slightest. You feel uneasy. Analysis complete. 10 seconds ago, at least 2 massive explosions took out the Basilica Plaza. I'm certain the instigators were the Exia, Executor, and a silver-haired Sancta. The constant flickering of the freeze frames by the explosion point are proof enough. The pragmatic bombs we helped Exia make worked. We can't pat ourselves on the back just yet, Doctor. Priestess still hasn't made her next move. We need a way to stop her from changing the situation no matter what. Sorry, Doctor. I should have come alone to carry out this mission. Should have never let you take on this risk. You're used to standing in front of me by now, monster. Thanks. Huh? Things might not be as bad as you think. I can verify Priestess's condition now. Her condition? You walk past Monster to its Priestess. Monster immediately tenses up. She pulls on your arm. Doctor! Don't worry. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lets go, but decides to stick close to you as you walk ahead. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Priestess. You have allowed these redundant parameters to mix with your data. These unremarkable strings ultimately cause the entire program to crash, Matrix. There is no guaranteeing a language will operate in eternal perfection. Don't mind me, I've been handed some sweets, so I'm eating that. I know what you want to say. Even Originium, the language we created together, has limitations. It needs more time to adjust and iterate. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if what is truly stopping Originium from reaching perfection is not a design flaw, but us. Human emotion and reason are both able to fetter the development of a language. We debated this several times during the creation process, but there was never a clear winner. Luckily, we both accepted that this uncertainty exists within Originium. I don't understand your meaning. Has memory loss affected your ability for divergent thinking? I'm glad to see you so perplexed, though. It's a marked difference from how I used to communicate with Matrix. Perfection implies a strict upper bound. Flaw, on the other hand, means we still have the chance for a breakthrough. This was Matrix's stance on the matter. And the crisis we must resolve is still inexplicable. Chasing perfection will only lead us to our graves. No, this has nothing to do with current circumstances. This is different from our first encounter on the deck. When did you figure it out? Just now. You could have stopped the pragmatic bombs from detonating. You could have used Originium to close the rift. You could have left the Saints trapped in the maze. Oh! Yeah, the Originium bombing. It would have been easy for you to do that. You didn't eliminate Monster and me from the get-go. You got problems of your own. That much is obvious, Matrix. But only now have you mustered up the courage to stand by me. I had hoped the one standing by my side could have peacefully shared in the solitude that took root deep in our thoughts during our long hibernations. It's a shame you can't do that. You're not as we were in the past. Far too much has happened since, has it not? You really haven't hid anything from me. Still curious about me? This monster no longer has any limitations on her. She can clear up some of your confusion. You fear Matrix will learn the truth, AMA-10? To be honest, I would much rather Matrix come to me in person like earlier. My days in the sarcophagus were excruciating. It was as if my thoughts were floating through fetid morass, wherein I lost all sense of the flow of time. My only consolation was the never-ending loop of debates seared into our minds, though not to reassure me of our shared vision. I have never once doubted my path. Through debate, I got my only chance to communicate with a certain someone again. I'm not demanding you understand everything on my mind right away, before the final days comes. You can walk the path you believe in. Our disagreements are destined to continue, even if you no longer remember that one's reasons for disagreeing with me. I look forward to seeing how you, beloved Trira, can prove to me that your struggle still has some value. The people of Laterano just did. But there is something else I'm equally certain of. Oracle will return. So, Matrix, I will wait for you. As she looks out at the city devoid of life, she sighs. At times, I think they're far too like us. If you had enough time, perhaps. She begins to fade away. Ah yes, I can indeed restore Aime 10. If you are determined to see it done, make a wish to Originium Matrix. I will hear your voice. Gotta say, that's... Even I'm like, Oracle will return. Because as much as I want to believe Oracle is lost in the memories, considering the level of power and tech that Priestess has, I do not for a split fucking second believe that Oracle would not preserve his sense of self somehow, or have some backup plans. There is only silence, absolute silence. You and Monster are the only ones left trapped inside this colorless ghost town. She's gone. I guess that's it then? Perhaps. The Sanctors resolved their crisis by themselves. I've also confirmed Priestess's current condition. Her loss of control over Originium is more serious than we thought. That's really important information, Doctor. Well, we can't be sure how long she'll need to get back to normal at the very least. We have a chance to stop her. Oh right, she mentioned Calcit earlier. We shouldn't wish upon Originium, even if it's for Calcit. I know, I don't approve of using her methods to bring back Calcit either. She inflicted grievous wounds on Rhodes Island and Laterano. Every time she appears, she drops something mind-blowing on us, and then points towards some even more unknowable crisis. I don't understand her at all. We have been researching a long time now. We have our own methods. We're going to be setting out on a really long road, aren't we? You finally notice what's odd about Monster. Your enemy has retreated, the crisis has passed, but the young woman, normally so lively and energetic, does not smile like she usually does. She even looks somewhat solemn. Monster hasn't been reconstructed for very long. You still haven't gotten completely used to her new appearance, nor has she had the time to adapt to the changes in her body or the loss that cut her to the bone. But she has been thrown into mission after mission far too quickly, rebuilding Lord's Island, saving Laterano. Perhaps it has taken up until now for her to finally have the chance to speak her mind. No need to be so pessimistic, Monster. I'll bring back Calcit. I'll also protect Amia and you too. Monster looks up at you all of a sudden, interrupting your train of thought. I haven't forgotten what Calcit told me. Oh, no. Chapter 15 spoilers aside, man, this was sad. If the outcome I fear most does come to pass, if the one I least want to see stands in front of us once more, protect the Doctor, protect Tamiya, I will engrave this directive into your basic behavioral strategy matrix. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely. I have tasted it. You can walk alone, Monster. Listen to me, monster. You look at her and slowly you begin to speak. You haven't been in your reconstructed body for very long. Calcid wouldn't want her hopes to turn into chains. I think you're misunderstanding something, Doctor. I've always remember how, when I woke, you just turned around and walked away after giving me a welcome back. Oh, sorry. It's fine. I just needed time to get used to not being in a symbiotic relationship after thousands of years, and you needed time to accept the loss of someone you fought beside for so long, and now we're both standing here right in front of one another. But we've already known each other for quite a while, haven't we, Doctor? Under the cannon fire of Londinium, deep inside the secret caravans of the Sarkaz, below the tail of the giant ring flying in the sky in tree mounds, in Malarium Sophotherum. Calcid was there for all of those, which means I was there too. It's not like I only started to follow her orders to understand you on Rhodes Island when she left us. Hello, JDYT. Becoming a Rhodes Island operator, putting up a fight against our creator, protecting Amia. How are you reading this when the event was done and it's not rerun yet? For when the event is done, it's not rerun yet. You can read the story. You click on the event, and you can read the story. The story is accessible. This was dropped in one of the previous updates. I don't remember if it was the 5.0 update or if it was the 6.0 update, something like that. But yeah, it's been a thing that you have been able to do for quite a while. But welcome to the stream regardless. But of course, there will be no stages. It's just you'll be able to read the story. And we are on the last node, while having some spoilers of chapter 15, maybe one or two from chapter 14, but that's about it. I haven't even started Arc 2 of Arknights main story yet. I was just excited about this event, so I read it. After reading all of the Laterano and Lithanian events, except for Wolamondo, or whatever it's called. And it's my favorite event so far. Even though I may be missing some context. Definitely, hands down, my favorite Arknights event so far. I love the themes, I love the music, I love the characters, I love the character growth, I love the journey here, the emphasis. I love everything here. It tingles my brain in all the right ways, themes and talk of philosophy on there. As well as the music, the boss fight, everything. Everything. These were my decisions. These were my decisions as well. And what I've been doing all along. Silence. You look at Monster. Silence links the two of you. Then count on me, Monster. We'll bring Calcid back. I think we emphasized that enough. We'll walk to the end of this uncharted road. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely, but thankfully we do not walk alone on the journeys we take. Even if all life is sapped of color, even if all things fade away into nothingness, we must walk onwards together. This is what she hoped for. Oh. Got another question to ponder? What's with the look? The counseling session is over, Commander. No problems here. I just came up with a way to get out of this blasted place and I need your help. According to Priestess, this should be a space created by that machine after it connected to Originium. Some kind of a model based on the future. So there's a relation to the Originium properties here. We can try cracking those abnormal nodes. Abnormal nodes? Ah, you mean the parts of the damage mapped onto them. The restriction on the connection between you and the between you and the machine should be gone, right? Yep, I can sense its signal, though it's getting weaker by the second. I'll try re-establishing the connection. But what then? Use up the last of its computing power. Shouldn't be too difficult for me when Priestess isn't meddling with things. I do like her line when you assign her to a... Because I have Monster. I do like her line when you assign her to... what's it called? A dorm room. And she says, no priestly eyes on me, right? Yeah, no priestly eyes on me now, right? Something like that. Routing through city communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges, AMA 10. Temporary access credentials. Oracle. Decoding complete. Authentication passed. Connected to PCS system. Synchronizing computational radiation link. Warning. Core frequency too low. Diagnostic complete. Refactoring abnormal nodes. Color seeps out from the ruins of this colorless coast town. And we're back to reality. Don't mind me, I was just eating some sweets. Very opportune moment to eat some sweets, I know. It starts from the street to the right of the Tower of Revelations, and then through the Notorian Hall, and Firearms Workshops in Pegasus Michaelian, to the Sunset Chapel in Pegasus St. Marcel, and then all the way to the Chapel Square. Noise returns to the Holy City. It is the sound of Laterans offering a prayer to life. The pillar's back? Let's go, monster. Not going to say hi to Exia? No need to hold her up before her reunion with her friends and family. Jesus' disappearance will only be temporary. Oh, it still has a bit of power. Transfiguration suspended. Set of directives assigned by personnel with relevant privileges has been completed. Beginning system shutdown timer. I've checked your low-level code. Aside from the adjustments I made during maintenance, you performed a lot of self-upgrades and iterations within a short period of time. Was this still not enough for your self-repair functions to fix your logic vulnerability? Negative. Vulnerability has been patched. Paradox has been corrected. Oh, I'm seeing a splash of green here. I had great interest in the results of your self-iteration. It seems you mistakenly identified yourself as that vulnerability, that paradox. Was it a side effect of the overclocking, or did your lack of maintenance and long-term data transfer with the Sanctors pollute your database? If I had more data, I might be able to find the answer. It's a shame the resources I can allocate will not be enough to give you a complete restart. Otherwise, a command system's self-negation due to its target's wishes would reignite any researcher's interest in the PCS system. A command system's self-negation due to its target's wishes. Yeah. If only we were still in the era where geniuses used reason and opinion to clash over their views. The ring-shaped machine does not respond. Priestess feels a hint of regret. It seems I'll have to choose other methods to advance the project. Many mechanical cubes come together to form an angular computational matrix, the core of the machine. They sit there in stony silence. But all of a sudden, one of the cubes begins to vibrate, a metallic gleam roaming its surface once more. Soon, a faint flickering halo begins to form. From the ruins of the PCS system, a new angel is born. It restarted? It can't be. It didn't respond to me at all. Nor does this follow the PCS system's operational logic. The angel ignores Priestess, quickly ascending into the gaping hole above it, disappearing without a trace soon after. A prototype angel? But this system was only built to mimic the properties of angels. There was never any angel prototype sample provided when it was constructed. Well, it learned from the prototype, the debate, and all of things. It patched its logic vulnerability itself, right? A newborn angel. How could this be? Well, Exia's there, right? What is that in your hand, Lemon? A spray can. Oh, what are we doing in Colombia? Oh shit, it's the Ryan Lab staff. Aye guys, lock in. I've given the report on the latest data from the barrier hole to Director Saria, but there was something I noticed that got me real curious. Look, doesn't that look like some kind of strange flying object to you? Components Control Section is analyzing it right now. We should be hearing from them soon. A flying object that can maintain altitude close to the barrier hole will be a major discovery. The angel hovers in front of the hole in the barrier. It attempted to re-establish a connection with the individuals scattered amongst the stars, but to no avail. Oh! That's the unincomprehensible angel, is it? So from... Oh shit! From Lone Trail, this hole is still there. A hole in the sky. It's attempting to re-establish connection. All it manages to capture are the ripples left behind by energy entities as they die in the depths of space. And so it continues to orbit across the land like a shooting star destined to never fall. Interesting. Oh, where are we? Is this like Sargon or something? What the fuck are you doing here? The presents? Brother, where the fuck did you pop out of? Chapter 15? The scent of life. This land is still young. Is it new life flourishing in the wake of reunation? Or has death not come for this place yet? Wasn't I swallowed up by that light? Oh hey, priestess. Originium has recorded your information. Originium? Before the light comes, the conclusion is still uncertain. Originium will become our hope. Where is this place? Terra. We are not alone, my friend. Yeah, because this guy was on... Spoilers for chapter 15, but on the ship. Did you see the latest news, Miss Koshalna, frantic youth? Lots of mines have shut down and they've put troops on high alert all across the city. My parents were called in for an inspection. We can't find them. Ah, fucking Christ. Oh! Why did I have to make the connection of this being Casche? You know, it was funny because I watched the 6.5 anniversary and then something about Ursus was displayed. I was like, wait, who's this woman? Then I take a look at it again. And I'm like, ah, fucking Christ, it's Casche, the Deathless Snake. Of course, it's deathless and now in the form of a woman, of course, because why not? But now in the form of Liberi, to be fair. I will help ask around for you. I am also interested in knowing in what is going on. She calms the child down and then takes the newspaper from their hand. Over a few short days, countless rumors have spread across the city, but the most alarming one is... Right, Originium will affect literally the entirety of Terra if it continues to change. Our Originium vein has disappeared. We can't get any energy out of a mother. So this is what ties into chapter 16. Holy shit. Oh my god, the chapter 16 spoilers for anybody who doesn't want to hear it. Skip ahead 30 seconds in the ward. So, we were fucking... This was what the miners were concerned about in chapter 16. And that's what's shown in the PV. The life of miner in Ursus. Oh my lord. I am having like those... I'm connecting dots like a madman. Anyways. Originium. I shall unravel this mystery. Only the blood burning within our breasts can see Ursus through the winter chill. Where are we now? What the fuck? Sorry? Brother, what happened to you? Once we have tidied things up here, it'll do as everyone's new abode, Heidi. Hirda. Right, chapter 15, of course, chapter 15, I forgot about that. Originium changed. And now this new bunny is basically just becoming the fucking Originium changer. The changer of Terra, basically. Thank you for all your help. Good thing you got supplies from our friends at the monastery. Otherwise, finding a place to stay wouldn't have gone so smoothly. We're worried you had abandoned us after heading back there. Oh, I'm sorry. The road back was rather rough going, and I heard lots of news I could barely even believe along the way. It's mighty hard to imagine, yeah. The Originium Wayne's Laterano Sanctus at the monastery sure had a lot to say about your return. Wouldn't stop telling us all about it. Huh? When that calamity was going on, they wanted to go back to Laterano, but a catastrophe stopped them. The halos were shattered, and all they could do was stay here and pray for themselves and for their brothers and sisters who had already left. Then you showed up right in front of them, a girl who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. You brought them hope, Hirda. Oh my, did I? I really don't want to let everyone down. Maybe now that we have a fixed shelter, we can help even more people. We still need to take some necessary security precautions. With us pulling out all the stops for our work, we're bound to attract some people up to no good. We'll be in danger. Honestly speaking, we might be able to find a better way to do this. Hirda shakes her head. I need to see her. She must be somewhere here on this land. Priestess, right? Hirda looks out into the distance despite knowing the vast wilderness will show her nothing in return. She sees something streaking across the sky. A shooting star? Anyway, Originium should not be a source of despair. I would like to pray for all infected who suffer. Will praying actually do anything? Oh man, the allegories here are kind of... wow, okay. The angel became a shooting star and now she's praying to the shooting star. And it ties into Exia's earlier conversation with the saint where people pray for the sake of praying. Maybe not. But when we pray, we will think of each other. Our bonds bind us together. We are not alone. Bro, this impact is being felt across even Iberia? The Iberian coast, a cliff by the sea. A seaborne clings tight to the sharp rocks. The sound of distant naval barrages is carried over by the sea breeze, but the seaborne does not care, focusing his efforts on climbing. Excitedly flaps membranous wings. Yeah, I have not read any of the, what's it called, seaborne events. Seaborne finally arrives at the peak of the cliff. What greets it is a boundless expanse of dry land and a flash of light up amidst the heavens. A shooting star? The Seaborne shifts its body in confusion in response to the momentary distraction and appendages brush against something. A shining black rock rolls off the cliff, dropping straight down into the ocean. The C1 tries to see what it was, but it was already been engulfed by the billowing waves. A shiny black rock. Originium? Wait, whoa, 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 sorry, what? That's it? I mean, of course, it's gonna be the most cliffhanger thing ever. Why is there a Seaborn in my Laterano event? MJ Jerry, I would not be able to tell you why, but I'll be able to tell you this. The Masters Travel event has greatly motivated me to finish some other storylines that I want to finish and then get on grinding the main story. Cause holy shit, I have a lot more questions, some more comprehension, and also...
You want something to drink, Doctor?
Priestess has lost control of over Originium.
This bed is so soft, and the air conditioning is so perfect.
Now a new variant of Originium is showing up
One tiny
Doctor!
with yellow streaks, and I think that ties into Enfield. Alright, Madman ramblings aside, thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I'm trying to reach 500 subs as soon as I could, really. Alright, we'll see you in the next one, which is going to be... But yeah, the next one is going to be Limbus one, and then after that I'll see what thing I wanted to do on Arknights next. Anyways, good night you all. It's about to be 12 here for me. Bye-bye.